just saw a moment. I did think maybe Trump could present an alternative with Vladimir Putin, but no such alternative can exist without getting China to the table. And considering that Donald Trump has been incredibly antagonistic towards China and weirdly conciliatory towards Russia for no reason other than the fact that I think he wants to have sex with Vladimir Putin, while simultaneously shitting on his proxy, Ukraine, Donald Trump has now finally arrived at the Joe Biden position, which is crazy. As someone who's in favor of a ceasefire where Russia scales back its military conquest in Ukraine in an effort to avoid further death and further collapse, I thought maybe there was a moment there was a pathway there. I was, it was unlikely. And of course, all of that fell apart as soon as this dipshit started shitting on Zelensky. And as I said, American foreign policy is uniparty regardless. And now we're back to the uniparty position where Donald Trump is talking about giving Patriot missiles to Ukraine. However, still remains. The major hurdle for Ukraine is manpower. What will they do?
Okay, is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. But today we're going to talk about something else. And as you know, we've spent $350 billion approximately on this war with Russia and Ukraine. And would like to see it end. It wasn't my war. It was Biden's war. It's not my war. I'm trying to get you out of it. And we want to see it end. And I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And that's the way it is. It can be more simple. It's just the way it is. I hope we don't have to do it. But regardless, we make the greatest military equipment in the world, whether it's missiles. You saw that recently in Iran, the way those planes flew in, they had 14 bombs hit every target.
Yeah, secondary tariffs will likely hit China, Germany, and India because these countries buy lots of Russian oil. I'm from Ukraine and I'm basically on lockdown because if I'm conscription age and if I go out, because I'm conscription age and if I go out, I might get caught on the steer ice style. Yeah. What Russian products does the USA even bring in? No, the remaining way of actually trying to hit Russia is by sanctioning countries that are secondary to enter the global marketplace, like India, for example, in an effort to try and sever ties between India and Russia, which I don't know how successful he could be on this as well. I don't know how much success he can see here because he's up the bag in a meaningful way for every other country on the planet. The only way to do this, the only way to arrive at a reasonable outcome here was by not applying pressure to China, but offering an olive branch to China and getting China to apply pressure to Russia. That's what I think, at least. And I'm a stupid guy. I'm not the smartest guy out there, okay? But of course, he was not interested in doing that at all. He was not interested in getting everybody, the actual players, involved. And instead, personally thought that he could just use his direct line of communication with Vladimir Putin and all of the praise that he's heard from Vladimir Putin that he took as sincere. He foolishly thought, as long as I follow through on whatever the Vladimir Putin demands of me, then I'll be able to pack this up. Some of the conditions that Vladimir Putin gave him were insane. Some of the positions that he got from Vladimir Putin as concessions that he forced down Zelensky's throat were absolutely insane. It would have been non-starters. And yet, Vladimir Putin, much like how Benjamin Netanyahu did with the Brandon team, was able to use the negotiations process and the ceasefire conditions and the ceasefire back and forth as a way to sever America's existing ties with Ukraine as a way to halt weapons transfers and cause more severe blows to Ukraine in the process. Vladimir Putin played him like a fiddle, 100%. That's what he did. And he's such an absolute dumbass with a cult of personality that people thought he was actually brilliant. He was actually, they still presented as brilliant. There was a lot of quote unquote anti-war people out there, or there were a lot of, subtle pro-Russian support out there that also presented this as like Trump's paving a bold new path with Russia. One of the dumbest things I think you can do in any negotiations process is over your guy in the negotiations. If your goal is to end the hostilities, if your goal is to actually get to a ceasefire, then it is perhaps the dumbest thing you can do if you're undermining your proxy in the conversation. And in this circumstance, it was Zelensky. And that's precisely what Trump did. Yes, but you have 2020 hindsight. How could Trump know Pootie Poo would lie? I mean, I don't think that requires hindsight. I know you're making a joke.
To go in response.
In what?
How far are you willing to go if Putin were to escalate, send more bombs in the coming days?
Don't ask me a question like that. How far? I want to get the war settled. They're not Americans that are dying in it, and I have a problem, and JD has a problem. It's a stance that he's had for a long time. They're not Americans dying, but there are a lot of people dying, and on something that should be able to be settled, and we all agree with that.
When did Putin lie? What do you mean, when did Putin lie? Throughout the entire negotiations process, Vladimir Putin went to Donald Trump directly and said, if you give me a sweetheart deal where you just basically recognize, if you give me a sweetheart deal and you force Ukraine to recognize all the territories that I have forcibly annexed, okay, then I know that you have an investment in like ending this war, which is seen as like broadly unpopular by your base. I will give that to you. I will give you a cessation of hostilities. That was a lie. And you want to know how that was a lie? Yeah, my mom just walked in. Because the moment that like cessation of hostilities started being a point of, the moment that like a ceasefire bargain was followed up with like concessions from Zelensky, what did Vladimir Putin say? What did Vladimir Putin say and do? Oh, just kidding. Actually, we don't want this because a cessation of hostilities would only allow Ukraine to re-up and rearm. That's it. As soon as Zelensky was seen as conceding to these already ridiculous positions that would have for him, both for his further political ambitions, but maybe even his life, even after all of that, Vladimir Putin was like, oh yeah, we can't actually do a ceasefire. And they just kept pushing. The U.S. didn't comply with any of Putin's demands. He stated his position. How is that a lie? Brother, Putin's demands beyond what Trump had already secured from Ukraine were insane. If you're talking about additional territories that they had not even militarily conquered at this point, you're out of your mind. Okay, you might as well just give Vladimir Putin the entirety of Ukraine then. Like what kind of, that's not how diplomacy is conducted. The shit that Zelensky conceded on was already maximalist, was already incredibly unfair. You're out of your mind if you want, Putin's demand was just basically to give up the entirety of the country at that point. Like, Donald Trump gave a massive W to Vladimir Putin if Vladimir Putin were to concede and actually go along with the ceasefire terms that were designed. It was far more than I think is appropriate. Okay? Far more. Like whether it be the extraction of whatever natural resources Ukraine has on top of all the territories that are considered de facto a part of Russia, that Russia was militarily able to secure. So it was a massive W, but Russia didn't take it. You're brilliant. Yes, it was. But I think Vladimir Putin considers this not enough, and he thinks that he can get more. He can push more militarily, kill more people, take over more Ukrainian territory by force, and eventually come back to the table at another stalemate with even more territory. Off topic, but just seen Pegasus video and I'm conflicted. What, like the spyware, the Israeli spyware? Isn't your analysis that Ukraine is several months from losing via being out of troops? If you were in charge, why would you accept concessions when you're going to get the whole country, like you said? I don't think they're going to get the whole country. And even if they were to take over more territory, I never said that Russia would be able to annex the entire country and maintain it militarily. I think that's a long-standing death sentence. Ukraine has a right to self-determination, but without an army, they can't enforce it. My analysis in this regard is that you can't get Russia to do anything. You can't concede because it's a foreign adversary that has designed its entire economy around American sanctions. So you have to bring in other people, major partners of Russia, to the table, China being one of them, to once and for all pack this up. If your goal is truly to get to some kind of cessation of hostilities, then that's what you have to do. Trump didn't do that. He just undermined his own proxy and thought that that would allow that, and gave a sweetheart deal to Vladimir Putin, thinking that this would allow Vladimir Putin to come to the table and say yes. So he spent all of his social and political capital shitting on Zelensky, and now he has to go back on that and give more money and more weapons to Ukraine, which is the exact opposite of his campaign promises, which puts him at odds with some members of his base, at least.
This group of people that, we want to defend our country, but, ultimately, having a strong Europe is a very good thing. It's a very good thing. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, please, in the back.
Yeah, Putin escalates.
What is this? If your membership in a military alliance is viewed as an active threat by a country, they will act with force against it. Can Mexico join a military alliance with China? By your logic, yes. Would the U.S. government tolerate that? No. Okay. First of all, I understand the NATO posturing playing a role in this. One, not only am I anti-NATO, but two, I've also talked about how Biden it goes back beyond Biden. It goes back all the way to George W. Bush saying on his way out that he was going to bring Georgia and Ukraine into NATO. Okay. Very quickly after that, Russia seized control over Georgian territory. Okay. Making that already impossible situation even less possible. And now what Vladimir Putin did in Georgia, he's basically doing in Ukraine as well, in a way worse and way more bloody fashion. So every step of the way, there could have been assurances, and also there was no real interest from any of the Western nations in terms of bringing Ukraine into NATO anyway. Vladimir Putin knew that. If I know that, he knows that. So he's just using that as a reason for why he wanted to militarily handle Ukraine. He already had tremendous control over two territories, LPR and DPR, in Ukraine. There was already active conflict going on there. He had already forcibly taken over Crimea, which was still seen as Russian territory. No country is going to allow a nation that has been occupied by Russia into NATO anyway. Every other country understands, even if Vladimir Putin hadn't done that, it's impossible for them to allow Ukraine into NATO and vote for Ukraine to join NATO. Why would they? Russia is a major energy provider, okay? Russia is literally a major energy provider for European. If Russia had continued doing trade, they would have been fine. If they continued doing soft power, they would have been fine. Now, they've lost a fuck ton of people in the process, and the entire economy is a war economy. Anyway, here we are.
And when it comes to
in this endless bloody quagmire.
CBS's Jim Laporta has learned a recent defense intelligence assessment shows Ukraine.
What is this? There's absolutely no circumstance Putin will stop destroying until it starts hurting his regime. The Syrians didn't kick out Russia by getting China on some table. NATO is no threat to Russia. Bro, you can't be serious if you're talking about Syria. Yeah, we should just bring dude, this is the Ryan Ruth position, ironically. We have 2,000 NATO-trained Afghan soldiers waiting to go. But instead of NATO-trained Afghan soldiers, we should bring the Salafists into Ukraine and have them fight. We should have the Turkish Free Syrian Army move away from Syria into Ukraine. Just ship them out. Ship all the ISIS-aligned, ISIS-adjacent groups into Ukraine and have them fight to defend Ukrainian soil. You can't compare Russia's military campaign in Ukraine to Russia's warm water port in Syria. It's not comparable.
Shortfall in artillery and in drones will lead to marked Russian territorial gains in 2026, with Russia gaining 7-to-1 firepower superiority by this winter. How can you get them what they need if Congress will not approve in the House any new funding? Is it what Senator Blumenthal just laid out?
Well, just stay tuned for tomorrow's announcement. The idea of America selling weapons to help Ukraine is very much in play. We've given Ukraine a lot. We've given them money. We've given them military aid. We now have a minerals agreement with Ukraine that's worth trillions of dollars. So I don't want to get ahead of the president, but stay tuned about seized assets. The Europeans want to limit the interest on the assets to go to Ukraine. Secretary Bessent wants to go further. Stay tuned about a plan to go after the seized assets more aggressively. Stay tuned for a plan where America will begin to sell to our European allies tremendous amount of weapons that can benefit Ukraine. Putin has calculated that we would get tired and Europe would get weary. He made a huge mistake. NATO is bigger and stronger, and we're more committed than ever to make sure he does not take Ukraine by force. So Congress is on the verge of passing the most consequential sanction package in the history of the country. It will give President Trump tools he doesn't have today, a literal sledgehammer. And the big offender here is China, India, and Brazil. India buys oil from Russia cheap and resells it. That's despicable. I've talked to President Trump. He said last week it's time to move. He's tried to entice Putin to the table, but my goal is to end this war, and the only way you're going to end this war is to get people who prop up Putin, make them choose between the American economy and help him only have one negotiator, and that's going to be President Trump.
Okay, but like, what happens when there's no hands left to hold the weapons? Like, sure, we're selling the weapons, and that's definitely a necessity, right, for Ukraine to defend itself. But what happens when there's no people? Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna force Ukraine to get more aggressive? I said with their conscription practices, which is already pretty aggressive to begin with, or are you going to literally forcibly send Ukrainian men that are of conscription age in Western countries that have refugee status right now back to Ukraine so they can be shipped off to the front lines? Is there an appetite for that? What kind of dangers does that present for Ukrainian stability? What does Ukraine look like 10 years in the future if all of their able-bodied men have been slaughtered in the process of trying to push Russians back like, I don't know, 10 meters? That's it. I don't know where this goes, because there are currently millions of Ukrainian men that live, tens of millions of Ukrainian men and women that live in the United States of America and in Europe. Okay? They got refugee status after Russia invaded Ukraine. Are you going to send those guys back? Are you going to forcibly go and send people back to Ukraine so they can be shipped off to a facility and trained to fight and defend Ukraine? Because without that, I don't see any other way that Ukraine gets to hold out further.
Maximum flexibility to end this war. China, India, and Brazil, you're about to get hurt big time if you keep helping.
Russia invaded Georgia in 2008 for territory, Ukraine in 2014 for territory, but somehow the invasion of 2022 was only because of NATO. Sure, bro. I mean, dude, I already accounted for that. And yes, both could trace back to NATO. Like I said, on his way out, George W. Bush literally said Georgia and Ukraine should join NATO. Immediately after Georgia W. Bush said that, invaded Georgia. So yes, part of that is NATO involvement. Even if India is incidentally one of the countries impacted by U.S. secondary sanctions on Russia, I do not understand why U.S. officials, not just Graham, are calling New Delhi out by name in public at a time when they are ostensibly working together regarding China.
Then you had the helicopters shoot a total of 30 bombs, 30 missiles, and they hit every single marker. Is that right? Every single piece, every single target, and it was. I guess on a scale of 0 to 10, they say it was about a 15. That's how successful it was. That's how lethal it was, a word they like to use nowadays. But it was an amazing, well-organized attack that people in this country wanted to do for 24 years. You know, when we had the pilots in last week, they were saying, sir, we've been practicing this for 24 years, meaning people, not them, but other people that are a little older now. But they too, and you were the one that let us do it. But we've been practicing it 3 to 4 times a year for 22, 24 years, because they always knew they had to stop Iran from doing what they were doing, which is trying to come up with a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb. And we did it very successfully. And we make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best of everything. The European nations know that. And we've made a deal today, and I'm going to have Mark speak about it, but we've made a deal today where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them. The United States will not be having any payment made. We're not buying it, but we will manufacture it and they're going to be paying for it.
Brazil is not going to budge its sovereignty with Lula in power right now. Lula is no strong leftist leader by any means, but he's a nationalist like no other we've had before. He's conceding national media interviews saying that the time for U.S. intervention here is over. Yeah, I think that with the exception of some Latin American leaders that are servants of the West and Western interests or the IMF, like, well, you know who I'm talking about. Many Latin American countries, many South American countries at this point are entirely anti-U.S. as their position. They've hardened their stances. Yeah, Milei and Bukele is who I was talking about. Yeah, Lula is not like that's fair to say Lula is not a strong leftist leader. I mean, he is decent. But if there's one thing that unites a lot of South American leadership at this point, perhaps a force that is even more galvanizing than socialism, okay, certainly more galvanizing than socialism, is sovereignty. And sovereignty is nationalism. Sovereignty is being rid of American intervention. I'll give you an example. It's one I used in the aftermath of Maduro's suspicious election victory, right? For years and years, Maduro's popularity has actually relied on the Chavistas as a movement in the country. Okay. He's eaten good off of the Chavez popularity in the country. And yet, year over year, due to his mismanagement, due to endless crippling sanctions, due to being shut out from the global stage, shut out from the global markets, and a collapsed Venezuelan economy, Maduro's popularity has fallen apart, and also due to corruption. Okay, he's hardened his positions. He's gotten more aggressive in the state's repression. Some might say it is an inevitability or a necessity to maintain control and maintain sovereignty. I'm not here to make that argument. I'm simply saying that the way that people see Maduro in Venezuela is nowhere near as it once was, and is certainly nowhere close to the way that people saw Chavez. Like, Chavez had a real popular movement, so popular that it actually helped Maduro in the beginning. Having said that, in the aftermath of Maduro's last election victory, okay, every single Latin American leader came out and said, we don't know about this. Like, we don't know about what happened here. until the United States of America and the OAS came out and said, we do not agree with the election that took place in Venezuela. That literally stopped every single Latin American, South American, North American, every single country from criticism against Maduro. It stopped it dead in its tracks because as soon as America interfered, as soon as the United States of America interfered and released a statement on whether or not the election was real or valid or legitimate, they were like, all right, we're done. We're not involved in this. Maduro is the leader of Venezuela. Shut up. Because with the exception of Bukele and the exception of Milei, South American leadership sees American intervention as the worst possible outcome. And that is an understandable position to have if American-backed leadership like Bolsonaro has ruined your country, or your country has a not so history of American intervention that was incredibly violent. So for them, it's a non-starter. It's the quickest way to immediately take the opposing stance. No, Mexico included. That's why I said South America, but also even North America. Those like Mexico included, Latin American countries. Most Latin American countries, the moment that America intervenes in any Latin American country's affairs, they go, all right, it's a non-starter. So I think that's the reason why I don't see Lula capitulating to Trump's ridiculous demands and his like tariffs, his tariffs regime. I don't see that happening anytime soon, especially now that there is a secondary market that is global, with China being the primary engine backing its existence. It makes it all the more difficult, in my opinion, for America to just like move its muscle around. Exactly. Brazilian hogs are now worried about our sovereignty. So it's also ironic because Trump is trying to pressure Lula into dropping charges against Bolsonaro with the tariffs. But all that's doing is lowering support for Bolsonaro and Tarcísio, potential Bolsonaro replacement for the next election. Crazy didn't catch a ban, echo chamber. What? You didn't even say anything. Why would we ban you?
Our last meeting of a month ago was very successful in that they agreed to 5%, which is more than $1 trillion a year. So they have a lot of money. And these are wealthy nations. They have a lot of money, and they want to do it. They feel very strongly about it. And we feel strongly about it, too. So we're in for a lot.
Unlike Bolsonaro, Lula was, when arrested, never asked for pardon or amnesty or fake cried or fake got sick and went to the hospital as a method of diversion. Okay, I'm sorry. This is the one time where I will disagree with you. Bolsonaro is not fake sick. Okay, he is real sick. He's both sick in the mind and sick in the body. He is the most diseased man on the planet. So when he goes to the hospital and he has to poop out of his nose, okay, I don't think that's fake. I don't think he's like fake sick. I think he's just diseased. He is the most diseased man on the planet. So I will push back on that. He is a one-stop COVID shop, okay? God has consistently tried to take him out. I don't know how Satan is keeping him alive, but he is walking, he is a walking disease.
A lot of money, and we don't want to do anymore, and we can't. But we make the best, and we're going to be sending the best to NATO, and in some cases to maybe, at Mark's suggestion, if we go to Germany, where they're going to send early on missiles, and they'll be replaced, and NATO is going to take care of it. It's going to be coordinated by NATO, and they're going to work very much with Matt Whitaker, who's right here, who's a great ambassador, and Matt's going to be coordinating. You better do a good job, Matt.
I will.
But Matt's going to coordinate. He's a very talented guy. He's going to coordinate everything. So in a nutshell, we're going to make top-of-the-line weapons, and they'll be sent to NATO. NATO may choose to have certain of them sent to other countries where we can get a little additional speed, where the country will release something and it'll be mostly in the form of a replacement. And I'd like to have Mark, and again, just a highly respected, pretty young guy for having had the career that he's had, because he had an amazing career before going to NATO. So and we spent a lot of time together over the last couple of months. And if you could say a few words.
Absolutely. No, Mr. President, dear Donald, this is really big. This is really big. You called me on Thursday that you had taken a decision And the decision is that you want Ukraine what it needs to have to maintain, to be able to defend itself against Russia, but you do want the Europeans to pay for it, which is totally logical. And this is building on the tremendous success of the NATO summit, the 5%.
Why is Mark Rutte so cringe? It's because he is the most cucked person on the planet. It's because it goes against everything that Europeans who come from a proud tradition of like maintaining empire, it goes against that. He is the most servile being in the entire European continent. Okay? It's because he just like, he gets on his hands and knees and he sucks Trump dry every day of the week. He called him daddy, dude. I mean, it's his job. He's the he's the Secretary General of NATO. It's his job. But it is incredible. He did. He texted him, Daddy Trump. You guys not remember? So if you're European and you feel like, yeah, maybe you believe that like NATO is not a protection racket and it's actually not a way for America to like forcibly sell you arms off of the taxable revenue that you're generating, right? If you're of the mindset that like, well, you know, Putin is going to invade Norway or some shit, okay? And Putin's going to invade all the way to like Eastern Germany once again. And that's why NATO has to exist. Mark Rutte destroys that notion. He literally, or at the very least, like he presents himself as such a servile little cuck that even if you had fears that Berlin would fall to Russian control, all of a sudden you're more focused on how much of a disgusting little servile peasant. It breaks any kind of sovereignty narrative that European countries might have ever had. That's why I think people hate him, understandably. Yes, NATO attack, mini F. At the end of the day, European liberals will do whatever America asks of them. It is the left that needs to protest this 5% demand. Labor is literally cutting disability benefits at the same time, raising tens of billions for the military. Yeah, I mean, don't talk to me about the labor movement in the UK. He is now even more hated than when he was prime minister here in the Netherlands. He is known as a suck-up that bows to everyone foreign or domestic.
But also the decision to keep Ukraine strong and the decision to increase our defense industrial production. So based on that...
Eurolibs are pissed about the 5% GDP thing. Everyone here hates it. Yeah, no shit. It's the most like burger America ass initiative, dude. 5% of your GDP is over. Like, it's so over because that means austerity for all the social safety nets that actually made your lives manageable, okay? It turns every country in the European continent into America, into little Americas, so that you can have F-35 jets. What are you going to do? An F-35 jet is not healthcare, okay? You can't do healthcare with an F-35 jet. I'm sorry. What do you think the 5% is being invested in? What do you mean? American weapons. That's it. You got countries like Germany who think like, oh, we can do a war economy ourselves. We can do military Keynesianism here in Germany. We can basically renazify and remilitarize Germany and become defense contractors ourselves. But that also destroys the entire reason for wanting more. America is demanding more from European countries, so they purchase American weapons. They don't want Europe to become a market competitor. They don't want the European defense industry to become a competitive industry to the American weapons manufacturers. That's it.
That was Europe stepping up. This is again Europeans stepping up. So I've been in contact with many countries. I can tell you that at this moment, Germany massively, but also Finland and Denmark and Sweden and Norway, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Canada, they all want to be part of this. And this is only the first wave. There will be more. So what we will do is work through the NATO systems to make sure that we know what Ukrainians need, so that we can make packages. Of course, in a way, we discussed...
Your encoder is breaking? It's not. It's my ISP. My ISP is busted. How can you fix the Fs, Smokey? I'm willing to hear you out. Let's do it.
At the Pentagon, in a way that, of course, the U.S. Will keep on its stockpiles necessary to defend this country. That's absolutely clear. But it will mean that Ukraine can get its hands on really massive numbers of military equipment, but also missiles, ammunition, etc., etc. So if I was Vladimir Putin today and hear you speaking about what you were planning to do in 50 days and this announcement, I would reconsider whether I should not take negotiations about Ukraine more seriously than I was doing at the moment, if I was Vladimir Putin. But when I'm Ukraine, I think this is really great news for them. So I really want to thank you for that. And it means the Europeans paying for it. And again, I mentioned all these countries, we will deal with that. And exactly as you said, it might also mean that countries will move equipment fast into Ukraine and then the US later backfilling it because speed is of the essence here. So really, thank you. This is important.
You did a great job. That's a really great job.
He's literally, his position as the general secretary is basically to say, thank you for spitting on my face, Mr. President. Thank you for pissing on me. It is raining. I love it. I love the rain. It's beautiful this time of the year. Thank you.
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan. You have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very bad.
Like the one saving grace of capitalist liberal democracies in the West was its diminishing, but still comparatively robust social safety nets and its public goods. And that's going away. OBS settings advanced, scroll down the network, dynamically change bitrate to manage congestion. What is this? Advanced, scroll down. I don't even think I can do that while I'm live, but scroll down to network. It's not, oh yeah, I can't scroll down the network and change network while I'm live. I guess I could try and do that by swapping over to another, hold on. I'll do a BRB screen real quick and see if I can do it. All right. Let's see. Let's see if it works. And we got him, boys. Let's see. Maybe there's no more lag. No more Fs.
We did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great leaders. And they were great. But Rwanda and the Congo, that was going on for 30 years. And at least 7 million people killed, and killed with a lot of pretty rough weapons like machetes. Heads chopped off, going on for many years. You couldn't even get near the country.
Smokey, if this still F's, I'm banning you. I'm perma-banning you, okay?
Nobody wanted to get near it, so frightening. And
I'll
we got
ban
that
you.
one solved. Serbia, Kosovo, got that solved. That was going to be one that was going to happen. And again, that was something I use. I use trade for a lot of things, but it's great for settling wars. That was really very important. We're working, Marco is working very hard with everybody here on the Strip, the Gaza Strip. I call it the Gaza Strip, one of the worst real estate deals ever made. They gave up the oceanfront property, one of the worst deals ever made. But it was supposed to bring peace, and it didn't bring peace. It brought the opposite. But we're doing pretty well on Gaza. Steve Witkoff is here, and I think we could have something fairly soon to talk about. And we solved another one, that we just seem to have, Armenia and Azerbaijan. It looks like that's going to come to a conclusion, successful conclusion. We worked on Egypt with a next-door neighbor who is a good neighbor. They're friends of mine, but they happened to build a dam which closed up water going into a thing called the Nile. I think if I'm Egypt, I want to have water in the Nile, and we're working on that one. It's a problem, but it's going to get solved. They built one of the biggest dams in the world, a little bit outside of Egypt. You know about that. You've been hearing about that one. And that turned out to be a big problem. I don't know. I think the United States funded the dam. I don't know why they didn't solve the problem before they built the dam. But it's nice when the Nile River has water. It's a very important source of income and life. It's the life of Egypt. And to take that away is pretty incredible. But we think we're going to have that solved very quickly.
Enough champagne to fill the Nile.
The only one we haven't been able to get to yet is Russia. And I'm not happy. And I will tell you that Ukraine wants to do something. Again, it's a war that should have never started. If I were president, it never would have happened. I used to speak to President Putin about it a lot. It was the apple of his eye.
The new 5% doesn't go only towards weapons. It also funds R&D for things like new rails, trains, hospitals, reinforcing existing hospitals, etc. That Europe as a whole just hasn't been putting enough into its defense, which is why Ursula herself decided to invest 800 billion euros all of a sudden. It's just crazy that European countries invested less than 2% each year with all the ongoing wars. Sure, bud. Maybe it's just me, but I love NATO. When NATO invades a country, chat honestly believes it's a defensive invasion. NATO is a shining light on a truth that international law too often obfuscates. Protection rackets are profitable. Who is anyone to say that NATO's opinion isn't valid? What NATO is doing is reminding us of a dream that we forgot. That in this world, America will invade anywhere to raise Raytheon stock prices. Yeah, no, it's when Trump says you need 5% of your GDP to be dedicated to purchasing American weapons. What he actually means is like, I want you to do more socialism. I want you to desperately fund your underfunded hospitals. You know. That's what I want you to do.
But once I saw, well, they're gonna have a war here. I was outside, election was rigged, and I was outside looking in, and I said, you know, that thing's gonna be a war. Couldn't believe it, because what Biden said was the exact opposite of what should have been said. And it started, and it's a real mess. We're losing, I guess they're losing 5,000 or 6,000 people a day. It's actually now more. I was saying 5,000 a day. It's actually more now. Mostly soldiers, but a lot of people in cities and towns that are getting blown up too. It's a horrible war, and it should be stopped. And so if it's not done, if we don't have an agreement in 50 days, that's what we're doing. Secondary tariffs, and they're biting. And I hope we don't get to the point where we do, but I've been hearing so much talk. It's all talk. It's all talk, and then missiles go into Kiev and kill 60 people. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. But the purpose of this is to say that...
I will say, Trump does seem genuinely disturbed that Vladimir Putin is not playing ball. Like, it literally, I don't think he gives a shit about the death or whatever. Obviously, he doesn't care about anything but himself. But it does kind of feel like he's actually hurt. Like I don't know, not to be super parasocial. Not to be parasocial with Donald Trump, but like since the Vladimir stop, since that moment where he went, Vladimir stop, I've been thinking a lot about this, and it does seem like he genuinely thought Vladimir Putin actually thought he was like super cool. I think he legitimately thought when Vladimir Putin was like, "Oh, you are the best, Mr. President. You are so bold. You are so brave. You are so strong. I hate liberals." He was like, "Oh, he loves me. He thinks I'm so strong. It's real. He respects me because I'm a powerful man, just like he is. We were going to ride off into the sunset together on horseback, no shirt. He saw me as the apple of his eye." Like it feels like he's just actually hurt. Like he looks genuinely disturbed.
This is a very big deal we've made. This is billions of dollars worth of military equipment is going to be purchased.
That's right. Now I'm going to send Patriot missiles to Ukraine. I didn't want to do it. Zell Disney is basically Kamala Harris, and I hate him. But now I'm sending him reluctantly the Patriot missiles because Vladimir hurt my feelings.
From the United States, going to NATO, etc. And that's going to be quickly distributed to the battlefield. Ukraine will take it up. And, you know, say what you want about Ukraine. When the war started, they had no chance. And they still would have had no chance if the equipment, they had the best equipment, because we do make the best planes and missiles, and we make the best military equipment in the world.
Yeah, how are you gonna make this seem as though it's any different than the Biden position now? That's a real question. Because like, how does this look any different than the Biden position? It is the Biden position, for the record. Doesn't this also make you look really stupid? Because now, not only are you taking the Biden position, but you also, for the past couple of months, for no reason whatsoever, ended up harming the Ukrainian position up until you inevitably got back to the Biden position. You got over by Vladimir Putin. I guess the difference is that Trump is actually negotiating. Yeah, but a negotiations process is supposed to happen where you make demands of the opposing side. A negotiation process does not mean you actually over your permaban that chatter. I mean, it was it was brief. It was a small F. It wasn't that big. Okay, calm down.
World by far. We have new things coming out that are beyond belief, and I'm very excited about the Golden Dome. It's going to give us very strong protection. We've already started that, but they had courage because somebody has to use that equipment, and they fought with tremendous courage, and they continue to fight with tremendous courage. But they don't have. They're losing on equipment, and Russia's really taken a very positive, very strong. I mean, what they've done the last.
I can explore why it's happening in the future.
So what they are
It's
doing,
my
several
ISP
hundred
most
drones
likely.
today, missiles, bombing cities. This is not because of military goals. It is just creating panic,
hitting
keeping
towns.
people out of their sleeps, hitting towns. It's really terrible, and it is meaning a lot of people lose their lives. Whole cities being
Well, they're
destroyed.
wiping out the electric. It's going to take years to rebuild it. That's going to be the next problem. Because, but that's going to take a long time. Cities, many of the cities are knocked down to the ground. Many of the people have left, but many have stayed. I don't know. They actually stay. Most have stayed. Actually, it's incredible that they stay, and knowing that a missile could be hitting your apartment house, and your apartment house that you're sitting in could collapse on top of you.
Apartment house.
And they do very heavy construction. They don't use rebar. They do very thick concrete construction. Those are heavy buildings, big buildings, and heavy buildings. And they collapse like they're made out of paper. It's unbelievable to see this happening with people, so many people being killed. So we think we're going to make progress, and we hope we're going to make progress. In the meantime, we're going to get you good service on what you need. And we really became friendly with NATO this last meeting. You know, we went from 2% to 5%, which everyone said was not even a possibility. They weren't paying 2%. Many of them were paying much less than 2%.
But even those, since you became president, all committed to the 2% before.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You are such a cuck. God damn it. I don't want to hear any, unless our European counterparts are able to do the right thing and overthrow their servile administrators that have sold off their wealth to the American military industrial complex. I don't want to hear about European sovereignty ever again. They're worse than the Gulf states, dude. How is that even possible? Like, they're more servile than the Gulf states are. They're certainly way, way more servile than Latin American countries are. It's 3.5%. Stop lying.
For the summit, and now collectively we committed to the 5%.
That's right. They did. They've been very good. And I think I made a lot of friends over there. We had a couple of days of very intensive talks. And they're great people. They're leaders of countries.
I think one of the craziest, most predictable outcomes of this is going to be it's going to accelerate the destruction of any kind of welfare, any kind of like social safety nets that existed, that has already been like slowly getting hit with austerity measures. And this obviously has created this environment that right-wing fascist parties have taken advantage of, okay? And the right-wing fascist parties are going to take even more advantage of this to bring up like sovereignty conversations, only to like totally capitulate to Trump, for the record. They'll just do the same thing that Republicans do here, which is blame immigrants, as they already are. They're blaming the refugees, they're blaming Islam, all this shit. And they're going to improve their standing in their own respective democratic processes. And then, of course, they're going to completely stay the course when it comes to America's interests and beefing up their militaries, reforming the UK, AfD in Germany, the Nationalist Party in France, just a way, way more aggressive, more militarized European Union that where racism is the only game in town.
Many of them great countries, some of them smaller countries, but for the most part, I'd say very solid, strong countries. and very among the most successful countries in the world. So that's the story. We hope that's going to have an impact on Vladimir Putin, and we hope it's going to have an impact on Ukraine also. We want to make sure that Ukraine does what they have to do. All of a sudden they may feel emboldened, or maybe they don't want. You know, this is a very difficult situation.
Ukraine wants a peace deal.
I think so.
And they will stay committed to that, there's no doubt. They want it.
Yeah.
But the Russians have to become
They have to
serious.
continue to want it, though.
Yeah, I agree. But
Yeah.
we will, you and I will
All of
make
a
sure of
sudden-
that.
All of a sudden they get no.
You and I will make sure of that.
We'll make sure. I feel confident that they will do what has to be done. Plus, we have certain parameters that both sides know, and we already know what should be done. So I think that's going to be it's going to be very strong. We want everlasting peace.
When people say at least the AFD runs on anti-war, I don't know about the others. I need you to understand it's like the same as Tucker Carlson running on isolationism. It's not real. It's bullshit. They're taking advantage of the lack of interest from liberals and the supposedly like anti-fascist coalition parties that are not anti-war at all. They're taking advantage of the void in communications. That's it. It's the exact same thing that is happening in America, and that is also like, I mean, that's what Trump did. Guys, Trump ran on anti-war. Remember, Trump ran on anti-war, okay? Now, there are real anti-war parties out there, left parties, that are actually anti-war. But their success is stunted by liberals that spend every waking moment launching a strong opposition against them rather than the actual right-wing parties. Now, there is some coalition. Sometimes there are coalitions. There is a little bit of success, like with what France Unbowed was able to pull off. But then look at what Macron did.
Any questions, please? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. What was the tipping point for you in making this decision? Was it a conversation with President Putin? Was it a piece of intelligence? And why are you giving 50 more days?
I think I think it's a very short period of time. I think, don't forget, I've just really been involved in this for not very long. And it wasn't initial focus. This is a Biden war. This is a Democrat war, not a Republican or Trump war. This is a war that would have never happened. It shouldn't have happened. A lot of people being killed. When the final numbers come in, you're going to see a lot more people are being killed in this war than you think, than you've been writing about. It's a very deadly war. They're all bad, but this is a very deadly war. The numbers are going to be far greater. When an apartment house comes down and they say 2 people were slightly injured. No, many people were killed. And those numbers will be at some point accurately reported. So far, they're not. It's a deadly war. I think that you're just going to see, I think you're going to see strong movement. I hope so. I hope so.
And what about
the secondary tariffs are very, very powerful.
What about the tariffs that the Republicans in the House and the Senate have ready? Those were 500%.
Sure.
Why are you doing 100%?
Well, the Republicans are moving very strongly in the Senate, giving us total control of it. But I'm not sure we need it, but it's certainly good that they're doing it. And Lindsey Graham's working hard. The whole John Thune, all of them, they're all working hard. And they're in coordination with Mike Johnson, Speaker in the House. And I think they've actually crafted a pretty good piece of legislation. It's probably going to pass very easily. And that includes Democrats. And there's some little tweaks. But I don't want to say I don't need it because I don't want them to waste their time. It could be very useful. We'll have to see. But we can do secondary. We're probably talking about 100% or something like that.
So can you clarify
We can do
for me?
secondary. We can do secondary tariffs without the Senate, without the House. But what they're crafting also could be very good.
So are you suggesting then that the Congress should move forward with those sanctions, the 500%, and that your 100 would be a separate additional package?
Yeah, I mean, the 500 is, sort of meaningless after a while because at a certain point it doesn't matter. It's not going to be, is 100. 100 is going to serve the same function. But, I have it at 100%. They may have it at 100 too. They may have it at 500. But they're doing some good work in the House, and I think in the House and the Senate. And as you know, they're coordinated, and they can have it done quickly. They said they'll have it as quickly as I need it. So we'll see. We're talking to them. In fact, John Thune's coming over later on to talk.
Did you call for it yet?
Yeah, he's gonna come over.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your view that Vladimir Putin mischaracterized his dedication
What?
to? Is it your view that Vladimir Putin did not clarify his intention to a peace deal?
Well,
and what happens now in the next phase? Is there?
We're going to see. I mean, we're going to go for a period of time. Maybe he'll start negotiating. I think I felt, I don't know about you, Mark, but I felt that we had a deal about 4 times. Mm-hmm. And here we are, still talking about it.
And he didn't send serious people to the negotiations. So I remember that you were able with Marco Rubio and with Steve Witkoff to get these talks going in Istanbul.
Yep.
I remember I was myself in Turkey for NATO business in May.
Yeah. Say how brilliant he was, Mark.
We really put pressure on the Ukrainians to send a senior team into Istanbul, and they did. But then the Russians came up with this historian explaining history of Russia.
Say how brilliant he was, dude. Go ahead.
We thought, and I thought, we should have had a deal done a long time ago. But it just keeps going on and on and on. And every night people are dying. A lot of people, a lot of Russian soldiers are dying, by the way. And a lot of Ukrainian soldiers, too. But a lot of Russian soldiers are dying.
100,000 Russian soldiers since 1st of January. Since January. 100,000 Russian soldiers dead since January. So if anybody in Moscow is listening to this, again,
Dude, that is okay. That part, that level of glaze is inappropriate, okay? This level of glaze is unacceptable. I'm sorry. Even saying that like Trump actually was brilliant in terms of dealing with Russia, that is crazy. To be like, oh, you did such a good job, Mr. President, by forcing Zelensky's hand into taking a shitty deal. Like, who believes that? You are daddy, Mr. President. You are daddy.
100,000 dead Russians since January. This is what President Putin is doing at the moment.
Yeah, please.
Will these be Patriot missiles specifically, or Patriot batteries that you're planning? And
Everything.
when do you
everything? It's Patriots. It's all of them. It's a full complement with the batteries.
And when do you expect them to arrive in Ukraine, sir?
Well, we're going to have some come very soon, within days, actually. Because a couple of the countries that have Patriots are going to swap over and will replace the Patriots with the ones they have. And Matt will coordinate with NATO. But so it's going to be, they're going to start arriving very soon.
And this afternoon, Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, is visiting Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, and we'll discuss also, I think, on this whole Patriot thing. Norway is involved, so that's on the Patriots, but this whole deal is also about missiles or ammunition, so it's broader than Patriots.
We have one country that has 17 Patriots getting ready to be shipped. They're not going to need them for them. So we're going to work a deal where the 17 will go, or a big portion of the 17 will go to the war side.
Mr. President.
That can be done very quickly.
Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
could this transaction with NATO be viewed as a step towards achieving peace, letting Putin know that now Zelensky has a little bit more powerful tools in his tool chest, and maybe that brings him to the table to achieve peace? I know that you wanted to do that.
Brian, that's what we've been saying. I think you might have expressed it better if you wanted to.
Wait, okay. I mean, isn't that, giving Ukraine more leverage so they have a better bargain in terms of ceasefire talks is literally the original Biden answer. Obviously, they were not interested in negotiating with Russia at all, Western powers. But that was how they sold it. Originally, that's literally how they sold it. What happened? The question I got here for everybody is, how is this any different than what Biden said he wanted to do? Trump made a promise. Trump made a promise to change the trajectory here, peace, and focus on a ceasefire. He was Mr. I'm going to end all the wars. Also, this is quite the anti-Semitic prospect, I might add, especially considering that every single one of those Patriot missiles could be sent to the most moral nation on the planet, and instead is now being sent to a nation that is not so moral, Ukraine, as opposed to the most moral nation on the planet, Israel. After all, Israel can make better use of these Patriot missiles by, I don't know, agitating yet another regional power player or something, and then will have to defend itself. Israel, after all, has a right to defend itself. A right that transcends beyond other countries' national boundaries. It's quite up that these guys are even sitting around talking about any sort of extra batteries going anywhere but Israel. I really don't like it. I hate to say it, chat. It seems like Donald Trump is behaving in an anti-Semitic fashion. Iran is just sitting there menacingly. Yeah, Moravia has a right to defend itself. Historic Moravian land. No politique here.
That's exactly what
That's a summary.
That was a nice summary. I think he's done better than us. He's a very good guy, I can tell you that. But no, it's well said. Yeah, I think this is a chance at getting peace. Or it's just going to be the same thing. I have to tell you, Europe has a lot of spirit for this war. A lot of people, when I first got involved, I really didn't think they did, but they do. And I saw that a month ago, and you were there, most of you, many of you were there. The level of esprit de corps, spirit that they have is amazing. They really think it's a very, very important thing to do, or they wouldn't be doing it. Look, they're agreeing to, they're paying for everything. We're not paying anymore. We have an ocean separating us. I said, we have a problem. We make the best stuff, but we can't keep doing this. And Biden should have done this years ago. He should have done it from the beginning, but he didn't. He didn't know he was there. This guy, what a horrible job they did for this country. And I just hope between the border and this and so many other inflation, what a horrible administration. The worst administration in history, in my opinion. It's not my opinion. I think it's everybody's opinion. But this is something that shouldn't have happened, and we're going to see if we can end it.
If I can follow up.
I do want to make one statement. Again, I said it before. This is not Trump's war. We're here to try and get it finished and settled and whatever. Because nobody wins with this. And this is a loser from every standpoint.
From day
this
one.
was Biden and this was other people. And it's very sad. It's a very sad situation. This gentleman.
Isn't that right, Mark? Or Mike? Whatever your name is. Doesn't Biden suck? Say Biden sucks, Rutte.
He's doing a great job. I think he's gonna get it, and Matt and everybody else that's working on it. I think he'll get this thing over with. Hopefully.
Mr. President, you've praised European countries today as standing up for Ukraine, as being strong. Will you allow them to continue to negotiate tariffs lower than 30% before August 1st, or is the deal set at this point?
What does that mean? You mean you're talking about the tariffs?
On trade, on tariffs.
You're back on tariffs. You're on a more friendly tariff, right? A little bit more friendly tariff.
Perhaps.
No, we're going to be talking to people. We have, I watched the show this morning. They were talking about, well, when's he going to make the deal? The deals are already made. The letters are the deals. The deals are made. They would like to do a different kind of a deal, and we're always open to talk. We are open to talk, including to Europe. In fact, they're coming over. They'd like to talk to us.
Mr. President, is there any concern about the U.S. stockpiles? There was a pause in delivery of weaponry to Ukraine in order to evaluate, apparently, the U.S. stockpiles. What came out of that?
Evaluation. I mean, this was a very big, what we're talking about today is a very, very big day. And what Pete was doing, and me too, I knew what Pete was doing, was evaluation, because we knew this was going to happen. And now we actually announced it. They voted on it. It's all been done. So obviously that has a big impact on, when you say pause, obviously you're not going to be doing things if you don't know what's going to happen here. But we were pretty sure this was going to happen, so we did a little bit of a pause. But this is a very big event today. This is something very big.
If Putin escalates further, how far are you willing to go in response?
In what?
How far are you willing to go if Putin were to escalate, send more bombs in the coming days?
Don't ask me a question like that. How far? I want to get the war settled. They're not Americans that are dying in it, and I have a problem. And JD,
Nasty question. Asking me how far I'll go. Nasty. I don't want to think about it.
he has a problem. It's a stance that he's had for a long time. They're not Americans dying, but there are a lot of people dying, and on something that should be able to be settled. And we all agree with that. This group of people, we want to defend our country, but ultimately, having a strong Europe is a very good thing. It's a very good thing. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, please, in the back.
Yeah, is there a ceiling on what the Europeans are willing to pay for? And it sounds like, are you ruling out the U.S. paying for some from additional weapons through drawdown authority?
Shall I try to answer that? Because basically what the president is saying, that he is willing, of course, taking consideration what the U.S. needs itself. So it's not that you can have a shopping list and you can order whatever you want, because the U.S. has to make sure that the U.S. keeps its hand on what the U.S. needs, also to keep the whole world safe, because in the end you are the police agent of the whole world. You're the most powerful nation on earth, the most powerful military on earth. But given that...
Oh my God, bro. Wipe it off before you speak, bro. Wipe it off. You're gargling. Oh my God. The U.S. is the most moral and the biggest military, the best police force in the world. Oh my God. Hawk Rutte. Yeah, Hawk Tua is what he's doing. Holy fuck.
The U.S. has decided to indeed massively supply Ukraine with what is necessary through NATO. Europeans 100% paying for that. And what we have been doing over the last couple of days is talking with countries, and I just mentioned the ones who in the first wave immediately said, we want to chip in. And then you're really talking about big numbers. Take Germany visiting today. They're really talking about big numbers.
Can we get some clarity?
I will say that I spoke with Germany, spoke with most of the larger countries, and they are really enthusiastic about this. They want to, and they're willing to go very far. I will tell you, as per your question, how far would I go? They want to go very far. They don't want this to happen. That's why I think from Putin's standpoint, it would really be good. He gets the country's economy is doing very poorly, and he's got to get his economy back. He's got to save his economy. He could save his country in a sense. But the economy can destroyed a lot of countries over the years. He wants to get that economy back. And, he's got a great country for trading and other things. If they could use the assets instead of war, he's got...
Can we get a Mark Rutte emote? Yeah, we already have one. It's called Writing in all caps. It's this one. I've never seen such a sexual display.
Some tremendous potential, that's what I would say.
How did you deliver this news to Putin, sir?
Say?
How did you tell Putin this was coming?
I speak to him a lot about getting this thing done. And I always hang up and say, well, that was a nice phone call. And then missiles are launched into Kiev or some other city. And I said, it's strange. And after that happens 3 or 4 times, you say, the talk doesn't mean anything. My conversations with him are always very pleasant. I say, isn't that a very lovely conversation? And then the missiles go off that night. I go home, I tell the First Lady, I spoke to Vladimir today. We had a wonderful conversation.
Bro, why are you saying this out loud? It's so embarrassing, dude.
She said, oh, really? Another city was just hit. So it's like, look, he's, I don't want to say he's an assassin, but he's a tough guy. It's been proven over the years. He's fooled a lot of people. He fooled Bush. He fooled a lot of people. He fooled Clinton, Bush, Obama. But what I do say is that at a certain point, ultimately talk doesn't talk. It's got to be action. It's got to be results. And I hope he...
You just described him fooling you, by your own admission, more than 4 times. You're literally the most sad I've ever seen you. He just explained how he got tricked on numerous occasions with Vladimir Putin after having a delightful conversation. He just turns around and is like, oh yeah, I would love to do a ceasefire, and then blows up another Ukrainian city. What is that if not being fooled?
Does it? It's potentially such a great country to be wasting so many people on this and the money. And look at what's happened to his economy. Look at what's happened. So,
and with the threat in 50 days, the economy will be hit very hard.
I mean, look, I hope he's going to do it. He knows the deal. He knows what a fair deal is. If there is such a thing as a fair deal, there's no winners here. This is a loser. This is a loser. And I dealt with him from the beginning. It wouldn't have happened, but I will say Ukraine was the apple of his eye. We talk about it. It was the apple of his eye, but it wasn't going to happen. And he understood that. It wasn't going to happen. And then I noticed, after I was out, I noticed soldiers forming at the border. And then I heard horrible, stupid things being said from the other side. And I said, they're really handling it very, very wrong. It's a shame. Yeah.
Can I add one thing, and that is about President Trump, because you came in office in January. On the 12th of February, you had your first phone call with Putin. I think you did exactly what I hope you would do, that is breaking the deadlock, starting the conversation, because you have to test him. I know Putin very well from the days when I was Prime Minister in the Netherlands. You have to test him. And you did this, and you really gave him a chance to be serious, to get to the table, to start negotiations. Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, we all tried to help you. But you've now come to a point where you say, well, hey...
We actually thought we had probably 4 times the deal.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have called and you said, this looks good.
Yeah.
And then the deal wouldn't happen because bombs would be thrown out that night and you'd say, we're not making any deals. It was like...
But you breaking the deadlock was crucial because you had to start that process. And you were the only one who was able to do that.
I think we'll get it done.
Do you think he's reasonable enough to negotiate an end to
I think
this?
we're going to get it done. I think, look, this is a very powerful situation. You have very wealthy countries buying the best equipment in the world. And we have the best equipment in the world. We make equipment like no other. You know, our submarines, nuclear submarines, are so powerful. They're the most powerful weapon ever built. And we have the best. They're 20 years behind, 25 years behind us. We have the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. I just hope we don't have to use it. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a separate topic here, President Biden, of all people, spoke to the New York Times over the weekend. He did not speak to them on the record during his time in office at all, but he spoke to them recently. And he defended his use of the Autopen and said that he signed off on every decision. But at the same time, the Times reports that he did not individually approve each name for the categorical pardons that applied to large numbers of people. What are your take on that? Any new revelations from that?
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Autopen. Look, the Autopen, I think, is maybe one of the biggest scandals that we've had in 50 to 100 years. This is a tremendous scandal. And I know the people on the other side of the, see that desk, that Resolute desk? Unfortunately, he used it before me. But, you know, we have a choice of 7 desks. They're all beautiful. But I chose the Resolute, and so did he, unfortunately. But the people on the other side of the Resolute desk, I know them. Lisa, the whole group, and they're no good. They're sick people. And I guarantee he knew nothing about what he was signing. I guarantee it. So they're going to figure it out, and we'll see what happens. But to me, the Autopen, you know, you elected president. You know what the Autopen is supposed to do? Sign thousands of letters from young people that write. We get thousands of letters a week, Susie, right? Thousands. I mean, tens of thousands sometimes. I look at a room, there's a room where we have many, many people working, responding and sending letters back. That's what an Autopen's supposed to be.
Biden's Autopen. Leave me out of this. Don't listen to this guy. Eyes emoji. What did you do? Autopen. Biden's Autopen. Thousands from the standpoint of letter writing. Autopens are, that's what they're supposed to do. So many young people writing letters to me. We're back.
We're back.
Oh, we're back.
Yes.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Majority Report. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Emma mentioned this in our conversation with Kyle, but the state of Missouri, the citizens passed a referendum to provide paid sick leave last November, which was all of 9 months ago.
So it was like 57%, and that was well over what they needed. It was a fairly, overwhelming adoption of the referendum.
And
sure wasn't illegals all voting?
I can't be sure. You're right.
Yeah, we don't know. Well,
to give people time off.
I mean, to give people time off, and also that state went to Trump, so maybe they don't want to go down that road. But anyway,
And somehow, I'm not even sure I fully understand how this happens. But the Missouri governor, Mike Kehoe, signed a repeal of that law. I guess, I mean, it obviously passed through the State House. But let's take a trip back to last November when Missouri State Senator Rick Bratton explains why it was a problem to pass this initiative.
This is one of those things of the problem with direct democracy. This is exactly what our founders were expressly against when they formed this nation. We're a constitutional republic with individual representation confined by constitutional restraints of what government can and can't do. And for us to think that the founders had in their mind's eye that we would be putting in front of every single voter and every single time with every single policy measure for them to decide whether or not this was good or policy or not, especially when the people casting the ballots for measures such as this, they have no skin in the game whatsoever when it comes to these sorts of measures. No
There's some visible skin right now.
Some skin in the game up top.
No, wait, whoopsie.
Sorry.
But you know, one of the things about a democracy is that people vote for things that they supposedly have no skin in the game. I guess, what is he saying, that non-sick people vote for this? I don't know. Like, who are the people that voted for it that don't have skin in the game? What does that mean?
They're not bosses.
Yeah, they're not capitalists.
But I mean, you
have other people's skin in the game.
Right.
You have skin in the game if you ever get sick and you're working.
You have all your employees. I like to put all my employees' skin in the game.
Unemployed people should not be allowed to vote, I think is what he's trying to say.
I think you should take it easy on him. He just came out of the womb, it looks like.
I mean, you got Matt's just having the time of his life enhancing on that head. Like, dude, just let it go.
Yeah,
all right,
man.
go back. Let's go back.
Losing battles.
But still more righteous or like more respectable than wearing a beanie with a suit.
The people casting the ballots for measures such as this, they have no skin in the game whatsoever when it comes to these sorts of measures. No realization of the detriment or the harm that it may cause to their very own bottom dollar, because they may not even understand what these provisions, what these measures would do to their employer. I mean, because at the end of the day, the people, most people casting these votes on these measures, they don't own businesses. They don't understand what's required to meet the bottom line, to keep people employed. We are not a direct democracy, and we got to stop telling our kids that we're a democracy, first and foremost, because we're not a democracy, or we are a republican form of government. We say the pledge every day. We say to the republic for which it stands, not the democracy for which it stands, and especially not the direct democracy for which it stands. And people can moan and they can groan, but it's the ones that moan and groan are probably not the ones signing the front of the checks that employ the people that are having to bear these costs.
I really have to examine my empathy gap here. I didn't think about the bosses who signed the front of the check.
This hit a lot harder when they were wearing like those old wigs in the old times.
Yeah.
Like they seem like a higher species than you. Like, bro, what are you telling me that I don't have skin in the game? Please.
He's just explicitly saying this is the problem with direct democracy. They did this in Florida too. Right? With the minimum wage, where Ron DeSantis scrapped it after it was voted in democratically.
It was maybe the minimum wage, but definitely a felon reenfranchisement.
Oh, right. It might have been both, but people can fact check me on that.
You sick folk don't understand the burden you're putting on your employers by being sick.
Right.
It's just like,
or going on honeymoon.
I think I'm going to be sick today.
Oh, I want to travel for my marriage.
Yeah. Sam,
No skin in the game.
Sam sees the argument here. Now all of a sudden.
Exactly. This whole, a honeymoon. Really? This is the problem. We don't live in a democracy.
Everything with your bosses one time.
Oh, I got to go home for July 4th. Really?
You signed the front of his checks.
Exactly.
You have skin in the game.
I didn't realize the skin Sam had in the game when I was going home.
I got so much skin in the game, and so you have no idea. From like here down, I've had to like pull the skin off.
You're just
like Freddy Krueger.
Yeah,
exactly.
Your lower half is just open tissue.
Shards of hair that hang down like. Now, apparently, the Missouri voters could get a second chance at mandating paid sick leave. What's fascinating is like, dude, this whole ballot initiative, that provision isn't something that somebody basically decided to just sort of make up. It's in the Constitution of Missouri. Like, it's not like we shouldn't have direct democracy because we're a place that doesn't allow direct democracy. Guess what? You are.
Yeah, and you did. And also this was challenged and the state Supreme Court unanimously upheld it. And he still did it anyway. And apparently within this bill that he also signed, it removes another democratically elected, a portion of something that was also democratically voted on, which is they raised the minimum wage to $15. But there was a pegging to inflation that would trigger automatic increases as inflation goes up. And that was also something that he scrapped with signing this yesterday. And it was the same day that Missouri approved $1.5 billion to go to a fund for stadiums, because right now the Chiefs are like threatening to go to leave. I mean, I don't think this is actually would ever happen, but they're using this as a negotiating ploy. And they also may want a dome for their stadium, which is crazy in my view for Arrowhead because it's so iconic. But like the people that own these stadiums that get subsidized by the taxpayer want to have a year-long usage for the stadium that again is subsidized by the taxpayer, so they can have concerts in the winter and stuff like that. So on the same day that $1.5 billion was approved to help the Chiefs owner, most likely, they strip people of their sick leave, paid sick leave.
Well, it's because he's got skin in the game. He's literally, it's a game.
Pigskin in the game.
But the second time around, what they're going to try and do is make it a constitutional amendment so that the legislature cannot overturn it. But it is, I mean, I don't know. It takes a lot of, I think, cojones to basically say to the public. But we've seen this time and time again, Republican legislatures overturning the will of the people. We've seen it in Michigan a dozen times. It's happened all over the country.
We actually have, and I'm going to premiere this after the show, but I talked to Ben Case about ballot initiatives versus oligarchy. He's been sort of on this tip for a while about how ballot initiatives can be used in a constitutional way to basically go over the heads of these guys. And it's, not something that can't be messed with once they're won, as this guy shows, but it is something that makes them scramble.
And it's also good for Democrats largely. Like things like cannabis ballot initiatives turn young people out. When you have more direct democracy, it helps us. It helps, like, it benefits everybody.
Ramona Frankenstein, State Senator Baby New Year needs to get some fucking Nutrafol, or better yet, he can take my own personal hair growth solution, combining estradiol with spironolactone. That'll reverse his balding. It definitely won't do anything else as well. Do not Google it. P-Lux, is this the right-wing populism we've heard about?
Apparently.
Can I get a shofar for my friend who just passed from cancer at 47?
Oh.
You can. Midwest Brewer, sorry. This is for them. All right. What else we got here?
Oh, Sam?
What's that?
Oh.
You went quiet a little bit because of your soundboard, but it'll catch up once you talk for a little bit.
Shall we? Oh, let's play this. Next week we're going to have a guest on. I think Lauren Windsor's going to join us. I think she has a story coming out that is one of those sort of classic let them fight stories. But one of the things that I appreciate about this Epstein thing, which is also another one of them let them fight stories. I'm not completely divorced of interest about the Epstein thing, but I'm far more interested in that it might do some damage to Donald Trump and to others. I have the same feeling about this. Here's Steve Bannon kicking a guy when he's down. And I'm talking about Elon Musk.
You've committed to cut the spending. The Senate's got the leads are in the hills. They're all worried about Elmo. Elmo ain't worried about deficits of debt. He has no affinity to our policies at all. If you haven't gotten that, you're not paying attention. The whole Doge thing, this is why the fanboys, I hate to say you sounded stupid at the time, but you sounded stupid at the time. Just dumb. Don't understand how the world works. 100%, he wrote a $200 million check and he thought he bought the U.S. government. His whole the whole Doge fantasy was to get in here and get the data and the data sets for his artificial intelligence. That's why he had his XAI, was it bought, is it bought Twitter? I don't know what he's got a short con, he's got a long con. The long con is Mars. He'll come up with another Mars and human consciousness, right? Neuralink, or he's going to make you like the Dalai Lama. That's the long con. That's the pixie dust. If you look at the analysis on Tesla, some guys got it at $50 a share. They don't make any money making cars. He sells the credits, of which we cut him off in the first term, and President Trump just cut him off. I've got some financial analysts doing the numbers. We see the numbers. It's just like, it's incredible. It's a total con. But he's got that. He's got a short con. He's got a long con. And he's got to sprinkle pixie dust. He'll sprinkle some pixie dust. Going to Mars. We're going to expand human consciousness. You see the fanboys all out there got a big old mouths like fish and putting a big hook in it. Reel them in. I told you he was a bad guy from the beginning, and I told the president of these United States he was a bad guy from the beginning. And guess what? Bannon was right. Full stop. You see what this guy's done over the last couple of days. He's getting a little taste of his comeuppance. His bestie was in NASA before they revealed that he'd been giving money to Trump-hating politicians all his life. And President Trump said, no, we're not doing this anymore. Had enough of that in the first term. Get him out of here.
Wow.
Had another big throwdown in the Oval, right? Another big throwdown. President Trump said, not going to happen. He's gone.
I just think it's interesting that Bannon kind of let a little bit of resentment slip into that towards Trump, it felt like, when he said Bannon was right. That's Trump's catchphrase.
Yeah. And I mean, Bannon still talks to Trump on a very regular basis. I would imagine on a daily basis, I've seen some reports. But maybe we should have heard a little bit more of this public stuff before Elon Musk spent $250 million minimum to elect Donald Trump. I mean, that's what's sort of fascinating. Like, he was a con man. Well, who hired him and gave him full reins of the government for 6 months?
They probably wanted to use his money and then discard him.
Bannon could have discarded him. They didn't have to let him in the White House.
Exactly. Well, he should have. But what did he buy with that $200 million? We still don't know the extent of the financial deal that Trump has with Elon Musk, which is probably related to their crypto ventures.
I mean, Elon Musk did not just do this so that he could hook up with Stephen Miller's wife and take her on tour with him. That could not have been the plan.
It couldn't have been. It was just a happy coincidence. Happy for two people, less for Miller.
I would like to see Steve Bannon speak on the whole Stephen Miller's wife situation. I think we should, all the cards should be on the table right now.
Well, this is the thing with Bannon is he gets credit for saying things that like the American Prospect said like 6 months prior to that.
Yes.
And then denies that. And then it's like, he's like, oh, what a great guru. He said rich people should be taxed more. Like, yeah, obviously. Or the H-1B visas thing was even crazier because he's like, yeah, Bernie was speaking to all the upset about Wall Street and then he went open borders. Bernie Sanders has never went open borders. In fact, he's had the position Bannon was hitting Elon for on H-1B visas specifically. So like, he has the easiest job in media. Just take credit for like all of the things the left says about Trump, half a year later. Oh yeah, it was the data? Who could have saw that coming?
Yeah.
Let's take a couple of phone calls, shall we? Is there? We did.
We did a lot of these with Kyle, but I mean.
Do you want to do Batya?
We did Batya.
We did Batya.
Did we actually play that? Oh, we did.
Yeah. Oh well, I find 16 and 19 funny.
Oh, this is just a nice little just enter this into evidence.
Yeah, we have to do this one.
Okay. Yeah, God.
Crystal saw this. Crystal tweeted, "We see you, Cory Booker," and like this is a photo with Netanyahu and enhance. Cory's hiding from the picture.
Okay, so just take a look at that, see if you can see him there, and we'll go out. Go back to Sam. And
hold on. We got to get a little bit of. We should have a little bit of music on this.
Also, just if you're gonna just turn your board down a little, Sam. It was a little loud.
Okay.
High on the hill was a lonely.
Let's see if we can find Cory Booker.
Tucker or Ted.
Where's Cory?
Ted not benefiting from the wide-angle lens on the right here, but
he's like openly he's opening his pockets for AIPAC right now.
But yeah, so we'll just go out here and go to the top, and somebody's. That's fine. There he is. We got about. I don't even know if Palantir face scan technology could get a read off of this.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see which Democrats are here. So that's Chris Coons, obviously. Biden, like his soul has entered Coons' body and still is in the Senate.
Why do you think CNN talks so little about Epstein during the Biden admin? What do you mean? Because Jeffrey Epstein, 100%, just like it was just like Jeffrey Epstein is a Trump affiliate, he absolutely is an affiliate of the Clintons. And CNN is the Clinton News Network. I think the only reason why the media feels confident talking about it like this is because they know that Trump is not going to release any information. Belden, Noah Colwin. There are numerous people like this. And even if they were to be called terrorists, it doesn't hit the same. They'll just say that they're like a terrorist supporter at most. Who is actively calling you a terrorist? My former podcast co-host, numerous Israel advocacy groups, virtually everyone that watches Asmongold, Pestany, among many others. The entire cadre of slop tubers online. Yeah. You just activated 5,000 chatters from their slumber. Yeah. I'm going to get to the Superman thing in a second. I want to keep doing the Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
Tonight, Hakeem Jeffries joining MAGA Voices saying that the American public deserves to know the truth. And Jeffries offered up two explanations as to why he believes the administration may be involved in some sort of a cover-up.
Option one, they lied for years. Option two, they're engaging in a cover-up. At this point, it seems reasonable that can only be one of the two things. And so it's Congress's responsibility in a bipartisan way to ask the questions and try to get answers on behalf of the American people.
Again, that is the top Democrat in the U.S. House of Representatives. It is obviously an incredibly rare thing. This might be, in fact, the only time that he's been on the same page as some of the biggest names.
Coming out and saying there is no Epstein list, and so forget about it after promising to release all the Epstein information.
Bro, every time Alex Jones's beautiful face graces our timeline, I get a mini F. It's really up. What is this? Every time Alex Jones' bald head is shown on the broadcast, I get hit with the raise.
Information. It's just flip-flopping in 180s.
The unholy alliance, Hakeem Jeffries and Alex Jones. That's Alex Jones today, who then posted that, quote, evil forces are afoot. And then there's Laura Loomer, who is telling Politico that she is now calling for a special counsel. The quote is, so that people can feel like this issue is being investigated and perhaps take it out of Bondi's hands, because I don't think she has been transparent or done a good job handling the issue.
I can't hide her face.
Well,
I can't look at the screen to change it.
Epstein is one of the biggest rifts between Trump and his most loyal and powerful reporters that we've seen. And Trump right now has taken a clear side, which is not releasing information. This image says it all. Trump invited the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to the FIFA World Cup finale over the weekend. As you can see, he appears to be giving a thumbs up to her. He brought her there. That's really what the picture that says 1,000 words. Bondi, of course, is the same person who said that the Epstein client list was on her desk nearly 5 months ago, and now says there was actually no list and there's nothing to see.
I love how much the media is enjoying this, by the way. Buckets of popcorn, baby.
Times Trump's deputy FBI director has taken a stand over the handling of the files. Trump acknowledging the civil war that's erupted inside his inner MAGA base, but making it clear that base, while at the same time he's trying to keep the pressure off of his attorney general. He posted, "What's on with my boys?" and in some cases, gals. They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. But of course, when it comes to Trump's boys and gals who are on the opposite side of Bondi on this, they say they want to know the truth when it comes to Epstein, to just release any information. And after all, it all comes down to this, just to remind everybody, Jeffrey Epstein, who you see on the screen, was arrested on federal charges of trafficking minors. Let's just say it the other way, underage girls. That same year, officials say he died by suicide in his solitary confinement prison cell while awaiting trial. And since then, more activities have come out, and they are disturbing, including allegedly luring underage girls to his homes where he's abused them. Now, while he died before he went to trial, his partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, is currently serving a 20-year sentence after being found guilty of trafficking. And Epstein had hundreds of millions of dollars of money he was ostensibly managing for really rich and powerful people. There's a lot we do not know about him. We do know, though, that he was friends with a lot of rich and famous people, including President Trump and former President Clinton, and a whole bunch of other billionaires. Now, none of them have been accused of wrongdoing, but given that Epstein was able to carry out these alleged crimes for so many years, Trump should be the one pounding the table, put out the information, make sure something like this never happens again in the United States. But right now, he's not.
Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Well, Trump says he wants to move on now to end the war that's dividing his base and now getting Democrats on board, too. But there are still many with very serious and important questions. And Kristen Holmes is out front live at the White House to begin our coverage. And Kristen, you've got some new reporting tonight on what Trump is doing. I mean, there's a split between the Department of Justice, his Attorney General, and his deputy FBI director. I mean, this is meaningful even in the Trump inner circle. What are you learning?
Yeah, and just to be clear here, we've talked a lot about the deputy FBI director, Dan Bongino, but it's also been a rift between the FBI director, Kash Patel, and Pam Bondi as well. Both of them, Patel and Bongino, have been unhappy, complaining privately about the way that Bondi handled the Epstein files, the Epstein case in general, and particularly the rollout. And that was something we heard across the board. Even some of Donald Trump's closest advisors were upset.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking. We have Texas, we have this, we have all the things, And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? Believe it, folks. Nobody wants to talk about this guy. This is Jeffrey Epstein, the guy that won't die. All the guys, and in some cases, the gals.
With Bondi. But when you talk to the president himself, sources say that he is supporting Bondi 100%. And part of the issue here, though, is this idea that President Trump doesn't want it to look as though his administration is falling apart over this issue. And that's why you saw over the weekend Vice President J.D. Vance spending an enormous amount of time talking to Dan Bongino, to Kash Patel, to Pam Bondi, to playing some kind of role as peacemaker to try and diffuse the situation. And we heard that Dan Bongino, who did not go to work on Friday because he was really protesting Bondi's handling of this. They had a blow up on Wednesday in the White House, that he did show up for work on Monday. Now, his future is uncertain. There is a general belief that he is not long for this world amid the administration. He himself has said that he doesn't actually like this job, but President Trump wants it to be on different terms, not him leaving because he's angry about the Bondi rollout. And this now we see what the next steps are. Is the administration going to respond to any of this calling from the MAGA base to release more information? Right now, it seems unlikely.
All right, Kristen, thank you very much at the White House tonight. Out front now, Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee. Congressman, I appreciate your time. I know that you have been clear where you stand on this. You have said Trump should release all of the Epstein files and put an end to this, to use your words exactly.
Dan Bongino, for him, his job is like his life. Okay? So if he actually quits his job, that's like he's gonna die. Okay? And by his job, I don't mean his job as the deputy director of the FBI. I'm talking about his podcast. We are officially in the podcasting administration, and it turns out no notes. Everything is fantastic. There's nothing funnier than Dan Bongino quite literally constantly talking about how much he hates this job because he's now required to literally defend the administration when he had the best podcast gig on the planet. Amazing. As someone who is a sure mic podcast enjoyer myself, I totally understand. I would never want to have a real job either. Okay?
Then the DOJ comes out with this memo saying there's no client list. Epstein wasn't murdered. We're all good here. Let's move along. Why don't you believe them?
Well, for one thing, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, said that the client list was on her desk. Then you had Donald Trump in a tweet or in a Truth Social missive saying that all of these files were actually created by the Democrats, thereby decisively implying that the files actually exist. And of course, Trump and Bondi and J.D. Vance and the FBI Director Kash Patel, all of them were demanding that the government release everything that they had on it. And suddenly the president performs a complete about-face on the matter, nothing to see here, and let's move on, and wants to sweep it under the rug. And so, you know, look, I have no idea what's in those files. I do know that this case has been mishandled from the very beginning. Donald Trump's former labor secretary, Mr. Acosta, was the assistant U.S. attorney when they gave Mr. Epstein a very sweetheart deal where he pled guilty to one charge of solicitation when they had all of these underage female witnesses testifying about his.
Yeah, you can Autopen all day, every day. Okay, you can complain about Biden's Autopen. This shit ain't going away, big dog. It is not going away.
Basically trafficking in girls. So, you know, it's been very weird from the beginning, but I don't know what's in their files. So either we're going to confirm everything that Donald Trump and his team have been saying all along, which is that there is this extensive child sex trafficking ring among power elites, or it will explode the whole thing as a conspiracy theory and mere propaganda. But at this point, the president owes it to the country to put it to rest one way or the other.
Well, of course, you know, as you pointed out, not just what Epstein had been convicted for, but what he was on trial for. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell is serving 20 years just for aiding and abetting one part of that. The crimes here are horrific, and if anyone else was aware or involved, the American public should know. In fact, the MAGA faithful, as you point out, have been pounding on the table on this, calling for it repeatedly. Here are a few of the biggest names.
How is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light?
Put on your...
Oh man, this is I can't get enough of this, dude. This is fantastic. No shot mainstream media talks about any of this in any serious manner after Thursday. I mean, mainstream media will probably run cold on this stuff, but that doesn't mean independent media is going to let it go. Dude, they've talked about Jeffrey Epstein nonstop. They've talked about Epstein literally when the media wasn't talking about it. It's a major plot point for independent media.
Big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
What the hell are they hiding with Jeffrey Epstein?
I mean, it's the president's son, it's the head of the FBI, it's the deputy head of the FBI now. I mean, those are the three.
Like, the one thing I can foresee, I don't like the misdirection narratives sometimes when people be like, oh, do you think the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is just like a case of misdirection so people don't talk about the ICE raids? But I think it's the exact opposite. I could see Trump doing something insane just to... because he recognizes that like he's on shaky ground with his base for the first time ever, and you know, screaming about Biden's Autopens is not going to do it. So I can see him doing something totally nutty, like I don't know, invade Greenland or something militarily, so that everybody talks about that instead of this shit. I can see him doing that on this issue, nothing else, because redirecting the attention away from Jeffrey Epstein is more important than talking, like consistently allowing Jeffrey Epstein to be talked about. Former Senator Claire McCaskill, oh my God, it's got potato-ass Claire McCaskill talking like this.
He was close to the fire. He was, as somebody said over the weekend, there are more pictures of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein than there are trans athletes in the NCAA by multiples. So the bottom line is he wants this to go away.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Claire McCaskill. What the? God damn. I mean, she's just ass normally. Even Claire McCaskill has become dark woke.
This is the first topic.
CNN went to TPUSA and asked people about Trump Epstein scandal.
That all of us as Americans, not as Democrats, not as liberals, not as Republicans, are actually lining together and saying we all want the Epstein files. And I said, come on, Donald, give us those files.
We need to get to the bottom of Epstein because Epstein is the key that picks the lock.
Let me just ask you, make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
What do you think is going to happen?
I think they're going to maybe give us pieces and maybe not the whole thing and think that that's going to suffice. And I don't think people are going to be quiet about it until they really do it. But who knows if we'll ever know the true story.
Can Trump just say, look, release everything?
If you know anything about him, he can do and say whatever he wants. Do they have to listen? I don't know the legalities of that or the policies and procedures.
How bad do you think it would be for the MAGA movement, for young people's trust in Trump?
Bro, I'm telling you, dude. God, I told you the tariffs weren't going to do it. Israel wasn't going to do it. Well, for some people, maybe it like pissed them off a little bit, but not enough to speak out. Okay. Cutting Medicare and cutting SNAP benefits, definitely not going to do it, even though Trump said he wouldn't touch those things. But this right here is directly at the heart of something that his base wanted. This is supposed to be the red meat that they get. I told you, this is it. This is such an American issue. It's got everything: drama, villains, a smoking gun, a storyline. Yeah. Why do you think CNN talks so little about Epstein during the Biden admin? What do you mean? Because Jeffrey Epstein, 100%, just like it was just like Jeffrey Epstein is a Trump affiliate, he absolutely is an affiliate of the Clintons. And CNN is the Clinton news network. I think the only reason why the media feels confident talking about it like this is because they know that Trump is not going to release any information. Also, I think part of the reason why they didn't talk about it that much is because, like, the Biden administration, for all its faults and failures, still presented itself as a competent administration that didn't, like, traffic in conspiracies, some real, some fake, in the same way that the Trump administration has been. So this is a direct, like, we said we were going to do this. Trump has a fairly high success rate of, like, delivering on certain promises exactly like this one. And they flexed so much. They constantly and stupidly talked about Jeffrey Epstein being just like a liberal thing. And I think the administration realizes it's not just a liberal thing. So now it's a great way to just draw a partisan wedge. The media loves stories where Trump's base is actually decoupling from Trump. Okay? The media loves stories like that. They will do endless articles about, like, this is the time where Trump is, this is the time where Trump's base is yelling at him. So this is a perfect story for them to keep covering.
If by the end of his term they don't release everything they know about Epstein.
Well, I think that if they don't release the Epstein files, whatever J.D. Vance says then is irrelevant, because it's like everybody's going to take it as like a lie because of what Donald Trump did. But I think J.D. Vance wants these files released as well. And I think that Donald Trump, he promised them, so he needs to do it. No matter who's on them, we need to release the Epstein files.
It's Trump's decision. It's Trump's decision. I think again, and I'm not going to make the decision for the president. It's not my job. It's not my place. But I do think the way that I'm seeing it played out is that Bongino will be here and Pam Bondi will be the fall guy.
You think that's fair?
I don't think anything's fair in politics.
This guy's so funny. Yeah, Bill Clinton creating the Epstein files and putting his own name in there. Trump says Epstein files were created by Obama, Clinton, and the Biden administration. Yeah, while Bill Clinton was creating the Epstein files and putting his name on there, he also happened to be frequenting the Lolita Express quite a bit. If anything, if there was a guy who was not an Epstein affiliate, I would go so far as to say it was Obama and Biden, ironically enough. As far as I know, and I've done a decent amount of reading on this, I don't think there's anything beyond, like, who they hired and, like, their consistent allegiance to, the state of Israel or its own, understandably, its own intelligence communities. There isn't that much like direct involvement. And Obama and Biden are not even aligned with the Clintons. They're actually the anti-Clinton wing of the Democratic Party. But once again, it doesn't matter, because Jeffrey Epstein is so much more of an important figure than just, the Clintons. Because if the speculation is correct, then Jeffrey Epstein is a asset for both the CIA and also the Mossad. Imagine Biden at a party, he would die. Also, he doesn't need that. Jill Biden is enough of a sexual dynamo that can soothe Brandon's appetite, his sexual fervor.
People making those statements. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. It would make sense, wouldn't it, that Trump would want to release this, if not just to assuage his base? I mean, why not put something out there if it exists?
Well, he was with them in demanding that these materials be released to the public. And now all of the questions that his son was asking and that Kash Patel was asking and Dan Bongino were asking are now directed at Donald Trump himself and at Attorney General Bondi. They want to know why, now that you have the reins of the government, you're not just going public with it. And so, look, at this point, I think the president has helped to spin large parts of the country into an absolute paranoid tizzy about all of it.
Yeah, I said this earlier. I said this yesterday. A big reason why this is causing such a rift in the MAGA base is because it's the first time they've been told no. It's the first time they've been treated like a Democrat Party voter. Now they are being told good things aren't possible, actually, and you're stupid for even asking for such a thing for the first time ever by Trump, and they don't know how to reconcile it. Yeah. They have They have some of the, they have the most spoiled fan base, the Republican Party. So yeah, they're pissed off. They're pissed off because the spoiled fan base is not getting what they want.
This again, we don't know what's there and what's not there, but we need to resolve it. It's kind of getting to be an ungovernable situation, and the president should go ahead and release whatever they do know about whether there are outstanding sex abusers out there who have not been picked up for the crime.
President Trump offering his full support to...
Holy Toledo. My goodness gracious. Entered on top topics searched alongside Trump on Google.
Attorney General Pam Bondi, inviting her to attend a soccer match in... All of this amid a MAGA world revolt over Bondi's handling of the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files. A Justice Department memo concluding there is no evidence of a client list for the disgraced financier and convicted sex offender. CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton is here to run the numbers. Harry, good to see you. I am wondering, how much interest is there in the so-called Epstein files?
Well, if my buddy Vin from Jersey is any sign, there's a lot of interest. He won't shut up about it, but he's not the only one who won't keep quiet about it. What are we talking about here? Why don't we take a look at Google searches for Jeffrey Epstein? Take a look at this. Today versus a week ago. Up like a rocket, up 1,900%. My goodness gracious. And get this, it is currently the top term topic being searched alongside Donald Trump today. If Donald Trump, who is begging, asking his supporters to drop it, he is not getting his wish whatsoever. His supporters are not dropping it. Interest in this story is at basically an all-time high. And of course, this is such an interesting story because it is one that unites different parts of the far right. It's one of the few stories that actually brings together folks like Steve Bannon and Elon Musk. They all are wondering what the heck is going on here. And at this particular point, Donald Trump has not figured out a way to solve this problem and quell the problem on the right side of his base.
So put this interest into perspective when you compare it to other news stories this week.
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about right now Google searches for Epstein. What about some other big stories this week? You know, take a look here. Again, we're looking at Google searches today. Get this, searches for Epstein have been, get this, 4 times higher than they are for Grok. Of course, Grok, the whole thing, that of course is part of X, went off on its own, the AI, and started throwing out anti-Semitic stuff, talking about Hitler and all that jazz. But interest far higher for this particular topic than there is, in fact, for Grok, much higher for, of course, Epstein. And then for tariffs, which, of course, have very much been in the news. Get this, searches for Epstein today have been 7.6 times higher. So interest for the Jeffrey Epstein story through the roof, Jessica.
And what's the feeling around if Trump will actually release any of these, any more information, any more files this year?
Yeah, so, you know, we can go with the conventional wisdom. We can look at the betting markets, and I think this is part of what's going on, is that a lot of folks are saying, you know what, he's not going to release any more files. The Trump administration's not going to release any more files. Get this, Trump releasing more Epstein files in 2025, according to the betting markets.
Okay, they're officially running out of shit to talk about. Exclusive. Jeffrey Epstein hired private investigators to follow, intimidate, and surveil FBI agents who were investigating him 2 decades ago. Law enforcement officials told Rolling Stone.
You go 2 months ago, it was 40%. You go a month ago, it was 39%. Now it is just 21%. So the MAGA base is hoping that there'll be more files to be released. But at this particular point, neither they nor the betting markets, in fact, believe there'll be any more files to be released. And that, of course, is a problem for Donald Trump based upon what we've seen from the MAGA base over the last 24, 48, and 72 hours.
Yeah. All right. So you talk about betting. I want to ask you about some questions around how the Republicans' legislation that was just signed into a law by the president might impact the gambling and sports gambling industry. How big has that become here in the United States?
Yeah, you know, there was essentially a way that you'd write off losses would be very difficult for professional gamblers. They really hate this bill. And more than that, I would say the gambling industry at large doesn't like this because it has become such...
I literally confronted Steve Will Do It from the Nelk Boys with this information in the new bill. I was like, bro, you're a degenerate. You're a gambler at the phase party. And I was like, how do you feel about your boy now? He cooked you. You know, you can't... Like, you now have to report your gambling losses as well, pay tax for it. And he said to me, one of the funniest things I've ever heard, he went, nah, that shit's for losers. I don't lose. I always win anyway. If you want to understand the mindset of like a Trump booster, that's how you know that's a real gambler, okay? That is literally the most like gambler brain I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. He said, that's for losers. I always win.
A big industry. I mean, my goodness gracious, legal sports betting revenue, you go back 8 years ago, it was $261 million. Look at where we are today. It's a $5.5 billion industry, sports gambling alone. So we're talking about a tremendous industry with a lot of money at stake, Jessica.
Yeah, and how much of Americans at large embrace gambling?
Yeah, I think that this is sort of the key giveaway, right? It's not just gamblers who have embraced gambling. What are we talking about here? Pro sports gambling or betting should be legal. You go back to 2006, it was 42%. Up.
We're so cooked. We're so cooked. Like everything, dude, this is one of the most dangerous vices. And it's shocking to me that every single one of these like anti-porn guys out there who are always like, oh, Sigma grind set, or even like anti-alcohol, anti-drug guys, they love gambling. They all pump gambling. They enjoy it so much. They defend it so much. They're all pro-gambling. Gambling is, unironically, a significantly worse, demonstrably worse, plenty of evidence for it, vice than pornography. Okay? It is far worse than I mean, this is not even, there's not even enough like evidence for this, like porn addiction, okay? I know as soon as I say, yeah, pornography is not a vice, even though there are plenty of people who are going to say, porn's pretty bad though, brother. Porn is actually so much worse, actually. You don't understand. It's like, no, you're just telling on yourself, okay? It is the most suicidal addiction. It is my most Sharia-adjacent opinion. As a man who has no problems with the consumption of other vices and consumption of alcohol, okay? It is straight up the most suicidal addiction. It is my most Sharia position, okay? I am Mr. Sharia.
Again, like a rocket to 58% now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Americans at large react to the big, beautiful bill. We already know approval for it is low. The more we learn about it, it'll be interesting to see how folks sort of feel about it. When it comes to pro sports gambling, I'm not sure they're going to like it, Jessica. In fact, I might even bet on it.
Ah, how about that? Harry Enton, good to see you.
The president is having a general because this outrage continues within the MAGA base over the Jeffrey Epstein case. Over the weekend, Trump posted a lengthy defense of Pam Bondi, asking, "What's going on with my boys and gals?" Going after Bondi, adding, "I don't like what is happening." Bondi is facing growing pressure over her call to keep Epstein files sealed after promising to release more. Now listen to how she's being talked about at the conservative Turning Points conference in Tampa.
I don't think he realizes how much she's humiliated the administration. This is a self-inflicted wound. She caused it. Again, I have nothing against Pam Bondi, but if you want to look for the villain in this story, we have found her.
I can't wait until you are into a camp. Why are all my haters like this, bro? Like, you had one opportunity, one shot. You've been following since July 8th, okay? And, like, you boofed it. You flubbed it. You fumbled it. You butt fumbled it. First message in the chat. You're about to come in hot. Like, you're about to come in strong. You're like, yeah, I'm going to send you to a concentration camp. Like, and you just did up. How? This is your opportunity to be the most impactful. You're not supposed to this up, dude. I can't wait until you are into a camp. 36,000 people just saw you butt fumble. If you wrote that correctly, perhaps there would be 36,000 new allies for your cause. They would be like, damn, this guy's got some good ideas, you know? And you got so horned up. You got so excited to let your message be heard in the chat that you failed to deliver. Oh, God, it's got to be sad. What a sad, pathetic moment lost. Oh, he's a shy guy, too. We are so cooked. The Dems are finished. Embarrassing.
I mean, she is the person who's she's either lying now or she was lying then.
So the cracks are growing in the MAGA base, also hitting the leaders of the FBI. You have Deputy Director Dan Bongino reportedly threatening to resign over Bondi's handling of the case. And Trump, meanwhile, says, look, there's nothing to see here.
Oh, I think so. I did. I spoke to him today. Dan Bongino, very good guy. I've known him a long time. I've done his show many, many times. And he sounded, I think he's in good shape.
Group chat is back. Over the weekend, I was watching the kind of meltdown on X, which is very much the heart of the Epstein conspiracy amplification machine. I just made that up. But it's where you're going to see the people talking about it who care about it. What did you think, though, of seeing such a direct explanation? It is her fault.
Yeah, so Donald Trump might not be taking sides, but the MAGA universe is totally taking Dan Bongino's side here. You see a lot of heat coming up against Pam Bondi, and one of the reasons is because she gave an interview where
the only reason why they're quote unquote taking Dan Bongino's side is because, unlike Kash Patel, he actually does have like some star power. And also, Dan Bongino has actively criticized Pam Bongino and said, like, he's trying to separate himself from the admin. Not gonna lie, purely on the Epstein fumble and the worst magician trick where you can literally see the end of the car sticking out of his pocket and yelling to not look there, literally makes me just say a big F you and vote Dems. Look, brother, if that's what makes you vote Dem, then, you know, go off. Pam Bondi riding under the rig on her way to Valhalla. It's just like, it's just so, oh God. Like, even though I knew that this wasn't going to come to any sort of serious conclusion here, and I still don't think that if they were to reveal any information down the line, it would be serious. Like, one angle I can see is like Ghislaine Maxwell coming out and doing a congressional hearing on this and basically reasserting the Trump administration position, which is like, oh, there was no like client list. And all of these famous people just like hung out with Jeffrey Epstein because they love him, like they love his vibes, and that it was him. He was the only one who was like sex trafficking these minors for his own personal consumption. Okay, I could only see that as like as a way to try and bookend this, and I don't think that's going to be enough for a lot of these people. I don't think they're going to believe this shit. I don't think they're going to be like, okay, like, or they might just assassinate her in prison too. I mean, commit suicide.
she said, I have the files on my desk. I've looked through them. I've seen them with my own eyes. We're going to make this a priority. So when you say that, you are implying that there is something there and you're going to release it. And then and they actually did end up releasing some stuff to
they did. And she always said, I'm going to review it, yes. Right?
I still don't understand why they aren't just burning some people they don't like, because the people that they don't like that they would potentially burn would be too high profile. If it's a low profile Democrat, then nobody gives a shit. It has to be a high profile Democrat. And if you actually burn a high profile Democrat, then that Democrat could potentially turn around and be like, dog, you were at the party. Like, I saw you raping a minor. You know what I mean? It's mutually assured pedophilia destruction. It's mutually assured pedophilia. MAP. Okay? That's what it is. So, like, it's like nuclear first strike on pedophiles, outing pedophiles. And that's why they can't. That's why Trump is not doing this shit. Like, for example, there are plenty of people that we know have been heavily involved with Jeffrey Epstein, prominent Democrats like the Clintons, okay? We know that. It's not a secret. Everybody knows. Ghislaine Maxwell was prominently featured in Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Like, it would be super easy for Trump to just be like, oh, yeah, the Clintons, they were all over the list. I see it. I've seen it in my own two eyes. I've seen it with my own two eyes. But they can't. They can't even do that because they could just as easily turn around and be like, every single Republican booster, every single Republican industry leader, every single, I mean, there are so many links to the intelligence community and so many links to like the Mossad, and Democrats can't do anything about that either. What are they going to do? Out Bill Gates?
And I think that I'm parsing her language here, but it just feels like she's really taking the heat here. Kash Patel, Dan Bongino are kind of not as much.
Well, okay, just on the review it language, like the way she made it sound in that statement was that I'm going to get to the accountability here. Even if she didn't explicitly say, okay, there's something in these documents that you needed to see, she sort of implied it. And so I think that's why you have the whole MAGA universe coming after her for this.
It is interesting that Bongino, though, seems to not be
What do you mean? One thing I'm still confused about is if it's a CIA Mossad operation, why allow Epstein to get arrested? The Miami reporter brought it back into the forefront with her investigative reporting. And then at that point, it's better for the government to take action, open a case, and then basically seize all of his assets and terminate him so that there is no way that he could like potentially testify. You know what I mean? Yeah. Julie Brown and her investigations led to the resurfacing of all this like Jeffrey Epstein stuff. She wrote a piece in the Miami Herald. So what ultimately going to happen if the Epstein issue doesn't go away? How does it get addressed? Or will we collectively grow tired of no progress on this front? I think people will still keep talking about it.
Taking as much heat when, yes, they've been pointing to those comments by Pam Bondi, but in many ways, Pam Bondi is trying to contain a political sort of firestorm that Bongino also ignited through his podcast, talking about the Epstein files as well during the campaign as well. And now you have him in actually a law enforcement position in government, now seeing the result of fanning the flames of a conspiracy. Now you have the backlash that comes with trying to assert reality to this base.
Let me just play really quickly. Our Donnie O'Sullivan was in Tampa and he started like asking around, and here's what people told him.
I don't think people are going to be quiet about it until they really do it. But who knows if we'll ever know the true story.
Well, I think that if they don't release the Epstein files, whatever JD Vance says then is irrelevant because it's like everybody's going to take it as like a lie because of what Donald Trump did.
And you also had General Mike Flynn tweeting out, please understand the Epstein affair is not going away.
Look, if your entire movement is based on telling people that the government is lying to them about just about everything, you're never going to be able to convince them that suddenly the government is telling the truth. And we've kind of gone behind the curtain here where, if you now run things, it becomes difficult to say, you know what, believe us, oops.
Is this a test for the president? Meaning most of the time he can say, like with the Iran strikes, no, okay, this is what I say it is. Is that going to happen here?
No, the groundswell is too big. People really want accountability here. And the reason being this idea that there's a deep state, right? That there's government coordinates up. That has been a huge part of the MAGA base's messaging and beliefs for so many years predating this term. I don't think Donald Trump is just going to be able to sweep this under the rug. I do think eventually it'll pass and we'll move on to some other conspiracy. But in the meantime, this is what's hot in MAGAverse right now, and it's very bad for Pam Bondi.
Is there other red meat that they can be thrown? Meaning, do you think there's going to be another controversy that will appear this week?
Well, I think it will be interesting to see, does it ever metastasize past her and move to Trump, because he gets very angry when the word Epstein is spoken now. Does it move?
And you heard that person even saying, well,
which is why it's a perfect opportunity to consistently bring this up. For all of the reporters out there, this is a wonderful opportunity for many of you. Also, here it is. Libs of TikTok finally commented about Epstein and totally left out Trump. She knows he did it. Libs of TikTok says, breaking, Ghislaine Maxwell offers to testify before Congress on Epstein's sex trafficking scheme. Maxwell was convicted in 2022 for child sex trafficking charges and is currently serving 20 years in prison. She was the only person to be convicted of charges related to Epstein's sex trafficking scheme.
Now, Kennedy.
Yeah, Trump says he will release the Epstein client list if elected. The Democrat elites are shaking right now, says Libs of TikTok.
But a lot of big people went to that island, but fortunately, I was not one of them.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Probably will be, by the way. Probably.
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago. You know, they do that for danger, too, because, endangers certain people.
Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un has never been to Epstein Island. Another major W for Jusha. It's true. It is true. That's right.
Et cetera. So Kennedy is very different.
Yeah, notice how he very quickly flips it off to Kennedy to talk about how, that happened a long time ago, but we can release that one because it happened a long time ago.
Different from the Epstein thing. But yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Yeah, that was a lie, I guess. Son of a bitch. This is how I felt when he didn't arrest Hillary Rodham Clinton.
She was
so goddamn annoying to me because he just kept saying, lock her up. And then he came into office and he didn't lock her up. That was so lame, dude. And obviously, like, MAGA did not punish him for that, right? They should have, but they didn't. I believed him. That's why I voted for him illegally numerous times, okay? I was like, oh, he said, lock her up. And I want that. Now, he's like, oh, I'm going to release the Epstein files. Release it. I will release it. Now he's not releasing it. It's bullshit.
The one that was really hands-on running the network. But he was also
How Ghislaine Maxwell helped build Epstein's network? Oh, God, this is Sean Ryan, who literally is basically a mouthpiece for the government. But let's see what they're talking about here.
Spy for Israel and...
So Maxwell, Israeli spy.
Jamie Dimon with J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan just gave Epstein's victims $290 million.
Let's talk about Maxwell. How did she play into everything? What was her role?
Well, she was the one that was really hands-on running the network, the logistics person. I interviewed an Israeli spy, Ari Ben Menashe, on my podcast. And, you know, he's a spy. It's difficult to know if he's telling the truth or not. But, okay, so her father, Robert Maxwell, had a publishing empire, but he was also a spy for Israel and...
Okay, this part is correct, though. Like, Robert Maxwell used to be with the OSS and very famously also worked alongside the CIA and MI6, like British intelligence, and most notably, the Mossad. So that part is not wrong. This is correct.
Russia and the UK and probably the US. And he had this huge publishing empire. And what he did was he went into the retirement funds.
Yeah, I saw this.
His employees and stole them all.
So Maxwell's dad was an Israeli spy.
Yes.
This is just like, this is them trying to do damage control, I think. Dan is in a positive mood. Also, God, it's so bitch made. What do you mean? Positive mood? Like, who gives a what Dan Bongino's personal attitude is? Like, why am I supposed to care about this? Put the Epstein files in the bag. Okay? You're a public servant. I don't give a shit about how sad you are. What the is this pussy ass bullshit? Why is everyone like this now? Everyone's like, oh, I'm so weepy. I'm so sad. Oh, no, no one will trust me in my podcasting business any longer. Like, I don't care, man. Just release the goddamn files, dude. What the is this? Put the files in the bag, little bro.
Who was running logistics for Jeffrey Epstein.
No. So he was a spy, for sure. And then he had a huge publishing empire.
But his daughter was running logistics for Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
Who has been named by government officials that he's untouchable because he's in intelligence.
Yes.
So there's a line.
There's
right
a
there.
nexus there. Yeah.
Who was the government official? Oh, that's right. At the time, the government official was the South Florida prosecutor, Alexander Acosta. You might actually know that name if you paid attention to the Trump administration the first time around, because he became the Trump labor secretary, Alexander Acosta. That's right. He is the one who said, this is a secondhand account of his, that Jeffrey Epstein had belonged to intelligence. He also has not really said anything else since then. He just kind of resigned after the Jeffrey Epstein stuff popped off.
And Maxwell had a yacht called Lady Ghislaine, which was named after his daughter, Ghislaine, who was his favorite child. And
that yacht, I think that yacht was also, that yacht was later purchased by another spook, possible government stooge, who was assassinated by the Saudi state, Jamal Khashoggi.
He jumped off one day, and he had a very mysterious death, much like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the cover story on it is that, I mean, because it did come out that he'd ripped off all these, the retirement funds of all these employees. I mean, millions of dollars. I mean, he destroyed all these people. I mean, a guy obviously didn't have a conscience. And Ghislaine Maxwell supposedly...
Oh, sorry, that was his dad, Adnan Khashoggi. Jamal Khashoggi's dad, Adnan Khashoggi, owned the yacht afterwards.
Then came to New York to get away from it. And then that's where she met Jeffrey Epstein. Now, according to this Israeli spy that I interviewed, Maxwell put Robert Maxwell put Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein together. And they were together even before he died, before his mysterious death. Some people think it's suicide, some people think it's homicide. I mean, it's a very strange death. So somehow Maxwell and Epstein got together. And the story is that Epstein had the money and Maxwell had the connections. And I think that there's some truth there.
And this guy was a spy for the Israelis,
and
possibly the U.S. and I believe you named another one,
and possibly Russia. Yeah.
And do all these countries?
Sorry, I'm gonna give you the details. Dancing Hare, formerly Lady Ghislaine and Lady Mona Kay, is a super yacht built by Amos in 1986. Okay, it was built for Ahmad Khashoggi. It was then purchased also in 1986 by Robert Maxwell, who died by drowning whilst cruising on the yacht off the Canary Islands under suspicious circumstances. Okay? And now, I believe the last owner, or the owner after Maxwell's death, was an Arabian businessman who sold the yacht in 2017 to Anna Murdoch, at one time the wife of Rupert Murdoch. It was only after the sale the new owner discovered the yacht had previously been owned by Maxwell. After a refit at the bulk shipyard in Urk, Netherlands over the winter, the vessel has been renamed the Dancing Hare in May 2018. How interesting that the yacht previously was owned by his longtime rival who died under mysterious circumstances.
Countries have people involved in this trafficking ring?
With Jeffrey Epstein, it's really difficult to know. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was active in Europe, for sure. He was actually buying. I mean, we're not talking renting. He was buying young girls in Eastern Europe, buying them like slaves.
Yeah.
And when you think about that, how evil that is.
We've covered this in other episodes about how trafficking works. But I believe you mentioned something about were there members in the UK government involved or within the royal family?
Okay, so definitely Prince Andrew was part of. I mean, he was pandering. Epstein was pandering girls to Prince Andrew, and who is a thoroughly repulsive human being. I mean, I did some research into him, and anybody that ever worked for the royal family loathes Prince Andrew.
What was he into? What was his deal?
He liked underage girls. That was his thing. But I mean, he's just a nasty, foul human being. I think a lot of the people in the royal family are probably nasty, foul human beings. I think Andrew is probably a little special that way. He's probably a little nastier and more foul than his siblings. Because just from, and this is very strange. So here's a guy that molests underage girls, but he has all these teddy bears. And his the butler or whoever takes care of the house manager where he lives, they're supposed to have the teddy bears on his bed in a certain way. And if the teddy bears aren't on his bed the way that he likes them, then he has a conniption. So he likes to molest little girls, and then he likes teddy bears on a certain way on his bed. So that's kind of, and according to Andrew, he doesn't sweat either, according to the BBC interview. So, which really, I mean, there was that BBC interview where he attempted to acquit himself, and he came across as such an idiot. I mean, you could tell that. It's like Jamie Dimon with J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan just gave Epstein's victims $290 million.
Yeah.
And there was a New York Times article where Jamie Dimon was talking, and you could tell that the guy was lying. I mean, it didn't take rocket science to figure out. And then, he's saying, of course, we had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, there's this $290 million settlement. So obviously, these banks were integral to what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. And they knew, according to these lawsuits, these banks, J.P. Morgan, Deutsche Bank, they knew exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was up to.
How do you think they were involved?
Well, I think that some of the executives in those banks, like Jess Staley, I mean, were involved.
I guess this guy didn't listen to the famous interview of Prince Andrew where he said he's incapable of sweating, or other defenses such as, oh, I was not wearing my child suit that night, so clearly I'm exonerated 100%. He literally just said the sweating thing. It doesn't matter. He didn't believe it. And that's what's up. Clearly, when he said, oh, I wasn't wearing the proper nighttime attire in this photo that I normally would use if I were to do such a thing. That was when I believed that is when I believed Prince Andrew. This man clearly doesn't, okay? It's messed up. It's, dare I say, ableist.
And Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile network. And
why are they going? I guess what
and Diamond too.
I'm kind of. I mean, it's so if they sued J.P. Morgan and not the individuals, how was J.P. Morgan as a company involved in the Jeffrey Epstein, sex trafficking ring, rather than just the key players that were? I mean, do you see what I'm getting at? Why wouldn't they go after the key individuals? And why did they go after the company, J.P. Morgan?
Well, the argument that they made was that J.P. cognizant of Jeffrey Epstein trafficking children and gave him the money to facilitate it. They gave him money to do other things, but with the money that J.P. Morgan gave Jeffrey Epstein, that facilitated his child trafficking.
I mean, do you think this was a protection? Were they protecting certain people's identity by putting it into the company?
Absolutely, Jess Staley and Diamond. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, it's pretty obvious that when you look into them, they were involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
How were they involved?
I think that they were probably involved in molesting young girls. I mean, that's my surmise on that. And according to internal documents that were that the lawyers for the Epstein victims were able to acquire, J.P. Morgan definitely knew what Jeffrey Epstein was up to. Now, how would J.P. Morgan know that unless some of those executives were taking part in it? I mean, it doesn't make any sense that J.P. Morgan would not know about it. So if those individuals, like I've just named, weren't involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
Were those names involved in the lawsuit? Were they mentioned in the lawsuit?
They were mentioned, yes.
Okay.
But it wasn't explicit. But they were mentioned, yeah. And then Deutsche Bank is...
You're so scared to actually criticize the leaders and powers to be that it's almost disgusting. You are so weak. When you are right because they delete all the evidence of you being right, release the original Daily Show and Colbert Report? What? What's this guy talking about? Listen, guys, according to the Bush finding, bin Laden wasn't important and neither was Epstein Island. What? People are consuming your content, ... You are not any different, but at least you are free and doesn't financially harm your consumers like other products too, so a net positive. Lol, are they going to send you to a camp? Well, that's nice. Are you getting a bus ticket? Message be heard in chat. You mean read in chat. And it's your chat. There's no victory here, my dude. Don't read. Is your TVU still on when you start a stream? Draining battery. Stop reading schisms. No, I turned it off. Also, it wasn't draining battery anyway. Alan Dershowitz detonated a legal hand grenade on live TV. I know for a fact Epstein documents are being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names. I know who's suppressing them. But a judge's order silences me. Hand to God. Translation. There is a client list. Judges are sealing. The names are powerful enough to bend the U.S. justice system into a vault. If the courts won't break confidentiality for the public interest, Congress must subpoena the files, put them in the record, and let the sunlight do his job. Why would Congress do that?
Every document would prove I was innocent. So let me tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed. And they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them. But I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them.
Yeah. I mean, he always had his underwear on when he was on the Epstein mansions on numerous occasions, guys. Hand to God. Okay? Hand to God. One of the most high-profile clients of Jeffrey Epstein. Hand to God. I guess the reason why he's this excited to speak on the Epstein stuff is because the person who outed him is now dead, Virginia Giuffre. So it's not like she can continue to out him. That was his number one op for the longest time, if you guys recall.
Also,
the lawsuit was bound by an NDA.
The same type of thing. They were aware of Jeffrey Epstein, and they're going to give up millions of dollars to him. I think they're only going to give up $75 million.
That's it.
Yeah.
How many? How many victims is this going to be dispersed to?
We don't. I don't really know those numbers yet. But there's multiple tragedies here. But one of the major tragedies is $290 million isn't even going to dent J.P. Morgan.
I'm well aware, but I totally agree with you. That's nothing.
I mean, it's like you or me getting like a parking ticket. So that's a tragedy.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan.
Okay, well, there's also the 5 MAGA factions waging an Epstein civil war, a taxonomy of truculent Trumpists from Will Sommer on the Bulwark. You have the Get Over It crowd on the one side. If Trump's remarks before his cabinet meeting on Tuesday about getting over Epstein didn't set a clear enough message to his allies, his farcical allegation over Truth Social on Saturday that Barack Obama has somehow tampered with or even fabricated the Epstein files made it clear he's not reopening the Epstein investigation and folks should just give up. That prompted some of the right's biggest names to finally fall in line. FBI Director Kash Patel, who declared before taking office that the FBI controlled Epstein's black book and that Trump should campaign on a promise to roll it out, said on X on Saturday the conspiracy theories just aren't true and never have been. Boo. Boo. 125,000 likes, by the way. But no one swung on Epstein harder or more clumsily than Charlie Kirk himself. As the possibility of Dan Bongino's resignation loomed, Kirk appeared at the conference event on Friday alongside MAGA travelers Jack Posobiec and Steve Bannon to fume together about the lack of Epstein discourse. Kirk complained that the media wasn't asking enough questions about Epstein. In one weekend's more amusing speeches, he complained the shadowy force that tricked Posobiec when Attorney General Pam Bondi gave him one of the cursed Epstein binders. Jack was used, Kirk said of Posobiec, not exactly in a friendly way. And like a sap, you believe them, Bannon added to Posobiec. Posobiec scowled. But then Kirk started the shift. On Saturday, the same day, he reportedly received a phone call from Trump attempting to rein him in. Kirk said he had reviewed an email exchange about the memos released that supposedly cleared Attorney General Pam Bondi of being implicated of any kind of cover-up. That Kirk is being used to vouch for the credibility of the Attorney General is a remarkable sign of the times. Then on Monday, Kirk went a step further and announced on his show that he was moving on from the Epstein issue until further notice. Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being, Kirk said. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government. Pussy. Number 2, Epstein dead enders. It's not so easy for everyone to move on from Epstein. That's because for Trump supporters, the Epstein case has come to symbolize something that goes far beyond the mysterious rich sex criminal and his circle of friends. They see it instead as the most notorious example of a permanent theme in American society, the elites getting one over the common man. For this part of the Trump world, Epstein has come to stand for everyone and everything that screws the little guy, mass immigration to depress wages, housing unaffordability, and much more. If the elites can keep abusing girls with impunity, what else can they get away with? That was the core message of Tucker Carlson's speech at the TPUSA conference, which tied the abrupt end of the Epstein investigation into a host of populist complaints. In Tucker's telling, Epstein was somehow part and parcel of crippling credit card interest rates and transgender sports debates. A lot of the simmering anger over Epstein relates to Israel. Many conspiracies claim that Epstein was a Mossad agent, and Carlson said in a speech that Epstein was working for the Jewish state. As a result, much of the debate over whether to move on from Epstein is divided along the same lines as earlier intra-MAGA debate over whether to go to war with Iran. This is not an accident. It is because, contrary to what Will Sommer is writing here, I do think that there is an Israel involvement with the Epstein case, as well as a CIA involvement with the Epstein case as well, which is precisely why you see the same exact battle lines being drawn here, both with respect to the people who are anti-Israel and the people who want the Epstein stuff to be released. Israel critics like Candace Owens, Bannon, and Carlson are on the other side, and Israel supporters like Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro are on one side of the Epstein situation, where they're basically saying, nothing to see here, move along. This also goes back to the same division within the MAGA base that I have been tracking, noticing, and talking about quite extensively. I would go so far as to say that aside from administrative failures, the Daily Wire's demise is directly tied to its endless defense of Israel, as Ben Shapiro is shepherding the process. Ben Shapiro is basically steering the Daily Wire ship into its demise by consistently defending the state of Israel. Holy, you can't make this shit up.
I'm coming to give you some more ear candy or perhaps an earache, but I'm going to do my best off of this Jason Isbell tune, Dreamsicle. Epstein died by
suicide. Believe that and you must be blind. You've been telling us you released the are they? We're gone along with what's been told. You've had plenty of time, you're in control. But now you say you will withhold the Epstein file.
Don't release them. I take it back. I'm out. For years and years and years, I've talked about the importance of this stuff. But that's finally coming to a close.
Dreamsicle on a summer night in a folding. Trump's howling at the moon. Release the Epstein files.
Okay, never mind. I think this is a CIA op to make us seem like we're affiliated with this person for wanting to know the truth about the Epstein files. The show trial compromisers, the third camp. Trump administration and its still reliable culture war allies seem to be offering the president's angry supporters a compromise. Rather than prosecuting the pedophiles allegedly on some Epstein list, maybe instead we can launch trumped-up cases against some unrelated national security and law enforcement officials. On Sunday, reliably pro-Trump website Just the News reported that the FBI, under Patel, is operating a sprawling probe aimed at participants in the so-called grand conspiracy of government weaponization. The remit of the investigation of the special prosecutor whose appointment is being considered comprises of an impressive variety of government actions that Trump supporters have been mad about. In some cases, for the better part of a decade. The grievances touch on everything from the failure to prosecute Hillary Clinton over her email server to former special counsel Jack Smith's criminal cases against Donald Trump. The idea that the Epstein case must be put on the back burner to focus on politicized prosecutions against former Trump foes caught on among other parts of the larger MAGA influencer network. Conspiracy theorist Lara Logan defended Bondi on X, suggesting that the attacks over her handling of the Epstein matter might be meant to distract from an investigation of former CIA Director John Brennan. It's the other way around. Okay? Even Bannon is coming around on this position. On Thursday, he proposed a special counsel to investigate Epstein, but with a portfolio that would inexplicably also include the 2020 election and the Russia investigation. Hassan doesn't want the Epstein files released because he's in them. Dog, age-wise, if I was in the Epstein files, I'd be a victim. Like, that's one of the funniest anti-Hassan positions I've heard. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like age range-wise, I would be a victim. Okay? Not the other way around. But in any case, then you have the cabal accommodationists. Once QAnon believers urged one another to put blind faith in Trump to trust the plan, knowing in their hearts that he would take on and ultimately defeat the pedophile cabal. Now, some of Trump's media allies are saying that their audiences should trust the plan and leave the powerful cabal alone. For example, comedian Tim Dillon suggested, okay, I don't think Tim Dillon is a QAnon guy. I think he's just an endless contrarian. Suggested if Trump pushed further on the Epstein case, the cabal would kill him. But no one has gone further than Dilbert creator, oh, this is my favorite one, MAGA pontificator Scott Adams. While Patel is arguing that the Epstein case is just not as big as its advocates have claimed, Adams suggests that the pedophile cabal is very real indeed, so real, in fact, that it's just too powerful for Trump to take on directly. Giving up on Epstein, Adams argues, will at least ensure Republicans stay in power. This is my favorite argument so far, which is that the elite pedophile cabal is too powerful for Trump, and we can keep doing tax cuts. And, ICE agents can round up farmers and shit. And that way we can feel better. Would you favor full disclosure if you knew it would derail a peace negotiation, Adams? What peace negotiation? There ain't no peace negotiation on the books. Would you favor full disclosure if you knew it would end Republican control of Congress and plunge the country back into a Democrat open border hellscape? In a video to his fans, Adams added that they need to trust Trump because you don't live in a democracy. When he says it's time to move on, wink, 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 I feel it's time to move on, Adams said. The oblivious. No one has more badly misjudged the current Epstein moment than longtime Trump world creature Roger Stone, who gave a speech at the TPUSA conference while dressed in his customary Al Capone chic. Stone told the audience about a conversation he'd purportedly had with a reporter who kept asking Stone, what about Epstein? In Stone's recounting, he steadfastly ignored the question and touted Trump policy accomplishments. This is literally like people saying to the Biden administration, there's an inflation crisis, there's a cost of living crisis, and the Biden administration is like, I did NATO. That's it. They are behaving like Democrats, and it's making the base collapse in and of itself. Okay? That's literally what's going on. Come on, watch me. Trump's doing well. Think about all the stuff. Stone probably thought this was a clever way to illustrate the stance he believed everyone at the devout MAGA gathering would happily adopt on the issue, essentially deflection combined with prayer that everyone would just be quiet about the sicko cabal. After all, don't give the media an inch is a bit of a classic messaging theory from Trump himself. Yeah, except the Epstein stuff was not giving the media even an inch. So now you're the media trying to fucking behave as the media to be like, move on from this, move on from this. It's not going to. But in practice, Stone's anecdote resulted in hundreds of energized young activists shouting, what about Epstein? Lying back at him. Things got particularly bad as Stone extended his rhetorical gambit for more than 10 minutes. Every time he tried to talk about some Trump win, he was met with the same refrain he claimed to have heard from the hostile journalists. What about Epstein? Except this time, it was coming from the home crowd. There it is, folks. The Trump-Epstein saga continues. The saga will continue to continue. And that's all I got for now, because I'm tired. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow.
Andrew Schultz weighed in on Mamdani. And this is sort of the classic, when these guys figure out like, oh, I'm behind the curve here. How am I going to get back out to like, how am I going to get my numbers back up or whatever? How am I going to claim people are starting to sort of notice some of my shtick? This is what they do. This is a sort of like an adoption. They used to call this like savvy. This is what like moderate centrist pundits would do 10, 15 years ago. They'll make some acknowledgement about the guy, but then go like, this is all pipe dream stuff. None of this stuff is going to happen. And of course, he doesn't know any of the dynamics here, but this is a fascinating sort of like, this is the reality. The DSA has taken over the Democratic Party, which of course is just absurd.
Good news to any DSA member.
I
would love it.
Exactly. The DSA has taken over the Democratic Party, but of course, it's just because they're all wackos.
The Democratic Party does not like him because he represents a part of the party that the Democratic establishment does not like, which is the Democratic Socialists, which is where the fucking party is. They just won't acknowledge it. Like, the Democratic Party is the Democratic Socialist Party. Whether you like it or not, that's what the base wants. That's what the people are into. And the old establishment is not what they're into.
Honestly, that's what America wants.
Pause it. I mean, well,
Charlemagne's correct.
Charlemagne the God is correct. The policies that Mamdani is promoting are all universally popular. I mean, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, these are all popular. The idea of student loans forgiveness, popular. The idea of paid sick leave and universal daycare, all popular. These are all very popular things. And frankly, we're not for Joe Biden's legislative bumblery and Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin, both of whom are no longer Democrats. Build Back Better would have had all this stuff. I mean, the idea of like a Mamdani, even like talking about universal childcare would be completely moot. It would have been completely moot because it would have been a federal program.
Also, would Schultz have been making this argument prior to the Mamdani victory, or as Kyle was saying with us on Friday, just like riding the vibes, and because he won, now it's my whole analysis has changed, as if like there weren't DSA endorsed electeds on the federal level already that he doesn't seem to care about. But
Charlemagne has a right. I mean, it's just basic what the American public wants. Good.
That's what the people are into, and the old establishment is not what they're into.
Honestly, that's what America wants. And you know why I'm going to tell you the language that he was using, and we had this conversation on Breakfast Club, because I'm like, yo, Democrats, y'all can come up with names for everything, right? Yeah. Pregnant people, all that, like, right? Yeah. But you can't come up with a better term for socialism. So when he uses the term affordability, and he just talks about how things aren't affordable, that resonates with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Our campaign is one that sees this city under attack in two ways. An affordability crisis on the inside. We're the most expensive city in the United States of America. 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. The rest are living in a permanent state of anxiety about whether they can keep affording this city. And then we're under attack from the outside from a Trump administration that is hell-bent on going after not only New Yorkers, but frankly, democratic cities across the country, like we're seeing in Los Angeles right now.
That's what people want to hear.
The message
New
is-
York's too fucking expensive.
The message is resonating. Here's the thing, and this is the thing. Poor people did not vote for him, okay? Poor, uneducated people did not vote for him because poor, uneducated people, unfortunately, do not have the same entitlement to their dreams than middle class and rich people
He hasn't talked to a poor and
If you're like
educated
middle class,
person
upper middle
maybe
class,
ever.
Can you? This is not true.
This is a fascinating theory that you could easily convince yourself of as long as you completely insulate yourself from any data that would in any way inform this position. I think it is the case that there's a lot of uneducated people, and there's also a lot of people who live in poverty who feel like there's no opportunities for me, that I have given up on the system because I just don't think it's going to work.
Exactly.
But the idea that they don't have aspiration for something more is absurd. Also, I don't know where he got this theory. Let's pop up this New York City primary vote share for a moment.
Well, it is being repeated over and over again, unfact check in major outlets like CNN, which is a complete lie about the actual reality of Zoran support.
Which, like, you know, you get to between $0 income and $50,000 income. Frankly, a lot of those people don't vote. They're disenfranchised. It's made very difficult for that. So I would be curious to know even the raw totals. But once you get to up closer to, you know, even under like low $35,000, Mamdani is neck and neck with a Cuomo, the political dynasty.
Yeah.
And that's just a primary campaign. So, like, I would say give it a little bit of time for people to believe in it, because a lot of people wouldn't. And then immediately, once you get into the most working folks in New York, I mean, again, like, it'd be nice to see numbers.
But wait a
with
second.
this.
Let's also just remember who votes in a Democratic primary.
Yes.
It is. It tends to be though. Once those two graphs come together in that first at 25,000, just a reminder, not a holiday.
Exactly.
And
Right.
there are, I mean, people who are working at that low end of the income spectrum are not going to be taking a day off. They can't travel around. If there are long lines at the polls, they're not going to be voting. It's possible they could vote or early vote. But also, let's be clear, low-income people are going to be one cohort of people who are not going to be voting in a Democratic primary in New York City, simply because they're not in the circles where they're getting that kind of attention.
Yep.
And to the extent that Cuomo did better, it was because he has name recognition.
Exactly.
And I
People
would also
have known
say,
that name for multiple generations in this state.
And if you're if you're making where Cuomo was really trouncing him in that graph, like under 35K, under 40K in New York City. I mean, look, you're making very little money. There's a chance
Under
you're also
15,000 is actually where he's trouncing him. That's it.
well, there's a chance also in that area of income. You could be like working part-time or semi-retired, and that could also align with people that are older.
Or wealthier,
Or wealthier, right? Because like it's not necessarily that data isn't necessarily like the catch-all, but.
Let's continue though.
Poor
Let's hear this.
uneducated people did not vote for him because poor uneducated people, unfortunately, do not have the same entitlement to their dreams than middle class and rich people do. If you're like middle class, upper middle class, and rich, you're like, I deserve to be super rich and have everything work out, and like I'm entitled to that. Poor people a lot of times come from generations of poverty, and they don't see that upper mobility. It's sad. It's tragic.
But wouldn't affordability resonate with those poor people though? Like when they hear
Yes.
when they hear somebody simply say, "Hey, shit is too expensive."
Yeah, but they didn't vote for him. So to me, the message that's really connecting are these people who feel entitled to a better life because they did everything that they were supposed to do, i.e. go to college. They got a meaningless degree.
Can
they
you
have
stop
$200,000 worth
and
of
pause it
debt.
for a sec? Like, this is just like, he's shooting from the hip and he has no idea what he's talking about. But in fact, the construction that he's applying is the one that is dividing the working class along the working class and the middle class lines, which is not the case, especially when you look at what level of income you need to be above the poverty line in New York City, which is different than other areas of the country. But this is like, there was class solidarity broadly among the electorate if you made under 200K. And all of like the analysis that is not backed up by data, but meant to support that is like really relies on old stereotypes where they're talking about these overeducated white people that voted for Zohran Mamdani. Yes, in large numbers in areas of Brooklyn, that was the case. But this is also a part of a coalition that has fought for justice throughout our history. The white people that went down to the South to help with activism and put their bodies on the line for the civil rights movement were these overeducated young white people that are sneered at by wealthier white people. Because the implicit thing that they're saying underneath all of that is that they're class and race traders who are advocating for the interests of other people as opposed to the interests of us, the in-group. And that's like the what the underlying kind of tension is here. That he's hinting at.
Our political class doesn't speak to poor people. It's not a surprise that they don't turn out for a lot and are distrustful of it. But Harris lost under $100,000 earners to Trump this election. She won under $25,000 voters. Schultz doesn't draw any major conclusions about that, frankly, because it's not interesting to him.
Yeah.
Continue. I.e. go to college, they got a meaningless degree, they have $200,000 worth of debt that they cannot get out of, and they're like, okay, I need the government to help me, which is understandable. The problem is the solutions that Zohran has, many of them, I'm not saying all of them, but many of them.
Take one.
He either cannot execute or they actually won't work to help the people. And that
Pause
is,
it. Now, okay, I mean, this is, amazing. Like, because he spent all of this sort of like armchair psychology about what poor people want and this and that. And I don't think he could name a single policy. He has heard that refrain from all the right-wing media that the
Jason
guy
Calacanis,
that these can't work and he can't execute it. Now, that's the question of the trope. How is he going to get this money from Albany? Well, we've mentioned this before. Kathy Hochul is running a race. She is running against her current lieutenant governor, who is running to the left of her. Mamdani is perhaps, once or twice or three times in a lifetime type of politician who's going to have massive support if the Democratic primary results are any indication. The highest vote tally of any Democratic primary in I don't know, decades maybe.
No, he highest ever in the history of New York City. It officially crossed that threshold.
And so Hochul, who is going to be running for her life and already dealing with somebody who's running to her left, is going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure, the likes of which we haven't seen. And Kathy Hochul, not exactly a track record of standing up to pressure or being too adept. So this idea that he's not going to be able to get it done, and says it so flippantly, he has no idea about that. Of course, it's always a question, will you be able to achieve what you set out to achieve? And that is as far as ones that won't work for the people he's looking to help. Which policy? With the free buses is not going to help? The universal child care is not going to help? I mean, what policies are not going to help? Freezing rent control is not going to help.
The thing they're so hung up on is the publicly owned grocery stores. That's
the three pilots for publicly owned grocery stores in areas that don't have one.
Yeah.
5 or 3 publicly owned grocery stores aren't going to work, despite the fact that they have worked in, what is it, like half a dozen plus states around the country. Never mind like liquor stores and whatnot. I mean, that's absurd.
They're stupid.
It's absurd.
They literally used to go to the PX after I got out of the military to shop at their government-run stores, their grocery stores and their clothing stores, because they were cheaper and it was better.
Yeah, there you go.
They'll make me start reading the reviews of the municipal liquor store in Minnesota, because they're all 4 point. Oh, here's just a random one. This is 4.4, 164 reviews. Let's do another random one. Municipal liquor store in St. Nevis, 4.6. They're all highly reviewed, highly well regarded by their communities.
And also, I mean, what do we think the operating expenses are of a grocery store? I mean, New York State's going to lose billions upon billions of dollars because of that bill that just passed. Billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. And are going to end up having to slash some of their Medicaid because of what the federal government did. And people are focused on like New York City, which spends how many billions of dollars on the police department? Is it $1 billion a year on the police department? And like the operating costs of 3 or 4 grocery stores in areas that are almost definitionally like real estate's not going to be that terribly expensive. I mean, what are we talking about here? It's absurd.
It's cheaper than gold leafing the White House Oval Office.
I bet. All right, let's just continue. Let this guy finish.
He either cannot execute or they actually won't work to help the people. And that is, there is like data to prove and back this. So
I don't have it.
I think the message is really resonating. And to be honest with you, I think the only party right now that you could say actually puts America first are the Democratic Socialists. Like if you really want to talk about, oh, rah, 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 MAGA, America first, MAGA ain't America first right now.
No.
It's going against what the base wants.
Absolutely.
Inflating the fucking budget, continuing in foreign wars.
Absolutely.
Like the only party right now that is America first, meaning I want to help American people. Maybe the way they want to do it won't work and it could be detrimental, but at least the messaging and the intentions are to help the American people are the Democratic Socialists.
You want to know why?
Talk to me.
Because of all the minorities that are Democratic Socialists. The blacks, the Latinos, the gays, because those are the people who really believe in what America says it is.
I think Democratic Socialists are a bunch of like college-educated white kids. I think that's what it is.
That's it?
Not that's it. But that's
it's a big tit.
That's the majority. It's all the hipsters. That's like, okay, I came here, I moved here, I thought I was.
I jumped the gun on my response to that, but yeah, no, that's the stereotype that you're talking about here. But this was by all of the metrics, a cross-racial coalition. Yes, he lagged with black voters, but he turned out Latino voters in numbers. And other parts of like the Asian community, which is also diverse and gets flattened into one category here in New York City, but white people too. And he lost in Manhattan, the Upper East and Upper West Side by a lot. But for communities south of that area, he was very successful too. So like they had the argument pre-made, and they're and like it's so lazy. And if we had real like standards for broadcasting and things like that, this would be considered a major lie. But it's not, and there's going to be a lot of people that believe this kind of thing.
This is why there's all the emphasis on his SAT thing and the racial survey, because they're trying to make him a white guy because that's the only way they can affect Democratic Socialists, because he's so clearly not.
The other element about that, I mean, look, this guy's a comedian, but what I find fascinating is how little self-respect he must have to say things like, there's data for this. He doesn't know the data. He hasn't looked at the data that's supposedly there. He says it, but when he was told this and he's regurgitating somebody else's talking points, and he knows he is, and as it comes out of his mouth and he makes these assertions, it can't be done, or he won't be able to execute it, or they won't work. And then he feels like he has to say that there's data. That's the tell, is that he knows he's just pulling this out of his ass and regurgitating what somebody else, he's heard somebody else say. And he has to sort of like, oh, I just said something that's just sort of like pretty flimsy in and of itself. I don't know the details. I can't pick out a program, but I'm going to say, and trust me, they're a good source. They have data. That's what I just find fascinating about this.
He needs to make sure he can go back on the All In podcast with Jason Calacanis and not be have his feet held to the fire about it.
But he learned from the best. I mean, he's a Rogan acolyte for this very reason. It's all about like, oh, I'll ride the vibes of whatever's in the news cycle that day, and I don't really need to do any research, even though I'm talking about politics.
He just needs clips. That's his whole life. Clips. My social media needs clips.
Well,
that's it.
His other part of his life is what he got that stand-up special gifted to him fairly early on in his stand-up career, right? Much to a lot of people's chagrin, and it was quite panned, is my understanding.
That's a tough thing to do. To get something at that early stage of your career can be problematic.
Yeah, it seemed way too early.
I remember when I shamed my 5th grade teacher to let me be Abraham Lincoln in the President's Day sort of thing where parents came and looked at your poster board about how you did the history of the president and you dress up like a president. And I did a really bad job on it then.
You weren't ready for that moment?
Yeah.
It's too soon.
You were like, give it to me. Give me the role.
Were you tall?
I was okay. I was okay tall, but for the beard, I did I took some cotton sort of wrap for medical purposes, and I used a black Sharpie, and I used that for the beard. So it wasn't and a construction paper hat. Kind of a letdown compared to some of the other people who went all out.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out. Speaking of scams, let's check in on Joe Rogan hosting his, 4th tech billionaire of the month. What is Andreessen? He's had all of them on, right? Sachs, Andreessen, Zuckerberg. Did Peter Thiel show up, or is he too shy?
We should call him Nation State Media from now on.
Thiel was just on Rube, and I forced myself to watch that.
It is, I think, impressive that Joe Rogan is able to have such consequential people on and feel such a small obligation to have even the remotest clue of what he's talking about. I haven't watched the whole 3 hours. It's unlikely I will. This part about Social Security, I should just tell you that Social Security has existed every day that Joe Rogan has been alive. In fact, it predates him probably by 30 years at least. It is one of the largest expenditures that our government is involved in. Now, it is self-funding. Taxes go directly to Social Security. They fund Social Security. There's been so much written about Social Security over the past 90 years. So much written by
as soon as they come out and they're like, this is not the Mossad. Jeffrey Epstein was not a part of the Mossad. This is anti-Semitism. I'm like, okay, well, he's definitely Mossad then. As soon as you hit that line, I'm like, okay, now I know for sure. Because, sorry, it was not as big as Epstein.
Trump brought Attorney General Pam Bondi along last night and gave her a thumbs up as he attended the FIFA Club World Cup final, even as some of his most fervent supporters are accusing her of a cover-up.
I don't think he realizes how much she's humiliated the administration. This is a self-inflicted wound. She caused it. Again, I have nothing against Pam Bondi, but if you want to look for the villain in this story, we have found her.
Over the weekend, Trump wrote that Bondi is doing a, quote, fantastic job, and told his supporters, we're on Team MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. Some of Trump's supporters are blaming Bondi for the administration's decision not to release more information related to the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, the accused sex trafficker who was found dead in his jail cell in an apparent suicide in 2019. Trump, like many other New York celebrities, had some association with Epstein. This video of Trump with Epstein is from 1992. When Epstein was arrested in 2019, Trump said they had previously had a falling out and had not spoken in 15 years. It was Attorney General Bondi who set expectations earlier this year that the DOJ and FBI files on Epstein would be released.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive.
I don't understand. Why do they even go this hard? Like, I don't, like, I never thought that they would release these files. I told you that it was not going to happen because of who would be implicated. But, like, I don't get why they just, like, didn't. I don't get why they went so hard on it, where they were like, oh, yeah, we're going to release it. The only thing I can think of is, like, maybe they thought genuinely that it wouldn't, like, implicate Israel too much, and then Israel came in and was like, you can't do this. You know what I mean? Maybe they thought they could just, like, get away with not showing anything. Oh, yeah, this was my favorite post. As a former Israeli prime minister, with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. Oh, if you say so. Yeah, now I 100% believe that he was a fucking Israeli asset, bro. Get the out of here. This is like, this is even worse than when Kash Patel came out and was like, wouldn't you trust me, Joe? If I had something, I would reveal it. Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Just former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak hanging out at Epstein's New York City apartment all masked up. Epstein's conduct, both the criminal and merely despicable, had nothing whatsoever to do with the Mossad or the state of Israel. Epstein never worked for the Mossad. This accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't. They just make things up, say it with confidence, and these lies stick because it's Israel. There's a vicious wave of slander and lies against my country and my people, and we just won't take it anymore. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was just like a prolific pedophile only for himself. And all of the other famous people, powerful people that were in his orbit were just there simply because they really enjoyed his company. Former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak included. You guys don't understand. He really loved how sick the vibes were. Leaving aside Epstein's close ties to four, including the current one, whom he introduced to JP Morgan execs, no one is capable of critical thought, believes anything you say. That's because you and your fellow Israeli leaders have told too many lies, stolen too much land, and cried anti-Semitism one too many times. The only time you seem to be telling the truth is when you boast about your propensity for mass, such as when you say, I've killed lots of Arabs in my life, and there's no problem with that. Like Epstein, you thought you could get away with your crimes indefinitely, but the people have seen enough, and their wrath will only grow. It's so funny because, like, you know this is a big deal that is targeted the normie sphere because you got motherfuckers like Penguinzo, also known as Moist Critical, also known as Charlie, coming out of hiatus, and instead of like, I don't know, whatever the he was doing, because he's like, he hasn't really been doing a lot of like drama stuff or anything that's like related to politics at all, and has basically decided to finally make a statement. One of Epstein's closest friends was former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. A key source of Epstein's vast wealth, though mysterious, was from Les Wexner, whose primary life cause is Israel. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, the billionaire Robert Maxwell, was a Mossad agent who mysteriously died after that was reported. Though Maxwell was British, Israel gave him a state funeral when he died. But they do that to everybody, bro. Who amongst us hasn't gotten an Israeli state funeral, bro? Chill. Epstein got the red carpet treatment when visiting Israel. Epstein bankrolled major investments in Israeli tech. But fine, if Epstein had no ties to Israeli intelligence or any other intel service, which is theoretically possible, why can't Pam Bondi, the CIA, and FBI say that? I just don't get it. I don't understand. Except I do understand. I mean, do you need anything else? Do you need anything else other than someone like Naftali Bennett coming out and being like, Epstein has no ties to Israel? As soon as an Israeli person, as soon as an Israeli politician, current, former, past, present, doesn't matter. As soon as they come out and they're like, this is not the Mossad. Jeffrey Epstein was not a part of the Mossad. This is anti-Semitism. I'm like, okay, well, he's definitely Mossad then. As soon as you hit that line, I'm like, okay, now I know for sure. Because, sorry, after this many months of unlimited baby murder, when Israel says something, just know that the opposite is 100% true. If Israel said to me that it's raining outside, I would assume it's the most beautiful sunny day of all time, okay? If Israel were to say to me that the water is drinkable and you must drink it, you need it for hydration, I would never drink water ever again. All jokes aside, if there is a Israeli politician whose mouth is open and is moving and they're making sounds, know that they're f***ing lying, okay? I'm sorry. They have never told the truth, ever. They have literally never told the truth. Why would we ever believe anything that an Israeli politician, former or current, ever says, other than just the assumption that it's the exact opposite? I just saw a video titled "The Grift is Over," and I genuinely don't know how to feel. Lying is too OP. What grift? Jean-Luc Brunel, a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein, was found hanged in his prison cell where the security cameras were not working on Epstein's private island, wearing a hat which reads, Israel Army. What do you mean? The only thing that annoys me about this Israel stuff with respect to Jeffrey Epstein is that a lot of people like Tucker Carlson will make it seem as though he was just a Mossad guy and he wasn't also a CIA guy. And even the same with like Benjamin Netanyahu. I hate that. I hate when, ban that chatter, they're trying to promo scum slop tuber video. What is it? This is the video
To
that
that
chatter
point, like
was,
there'll be people.
the political grift is over, American Redact. Wait, why? It's not slop tuber, I don't think. I think they're talking about like how, I don't know who this YouTuber is, but they're very clearly talking about all of the right-wing like MAGA Trump. I don't know if he is a slop tuber or not, but he's basically saying that like a lot of these MAGA adjacent podcasters are now getting off the Trump train, which I think is correct. It is what's happening. Intriguing. Megyn Kelly claims to have sources within the government that say Epstein did not kill himself and that he did have ties to intelligence, and kind of rakes Ben Shapiro over the coals for believing the Trump administration narrative without skepticism. Let's see.
People who are making the claim that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, and that the most gross, and sort of extreme of the conspiracy theories, just don't even call them conspiracy theories, the most sort of, extreme version of the theory is not true. I have names of the people who are claiming that. Okay, they are all in the administration. And this is my point. If other people want to make the...
I thought you recall mentioning in a stream that Tucker's father was the CIA. When I looked into it, I did not find anything about it. I wanted to make sure I wasn't mistaken what you said with someone else. No, Tucker Carlson's father is the CIA. What the hell? Here, Tucker Carlson father. His name is Richard Warner Carlson. American journalist, diplomat, lobbyist, who was the director of the Voice of America from 1986 to 1991. Voice of America. Let's put that in there. Let's Google that. Voice of America. Accurate, objective news coverage from the U.S. around the world. Voice of America is an international broadcaster that by law has editorial independence from the United States government, who has funded it since 1942. Voice of America, CIA. CIA.gov. Intelligence support for the Voice of America with regards to Soviet jamming. Voice of 1942 during World War II, building on America's use of shortwave radio during the war. It initially served as anti-propaganda tool against Axis misinformation, but expanded to include other forms of content like American music programs for cultural diplomacy. During the Cold War, its operations expanded in an effort to fight communism and played a role in the decline of communism in several countries. Throughout its operations, it is aimed to broadcast uncensored information to residents under restrictive regimes, even airing behind the Iron Curtain. In response, some countries began investing in technology to jam VOA broadcasts. In 2017, Russia designated VOA a foreign agent, requiring it to establish a Russian legal entity. It was blocked in Russia along with some other Western international broadcasters in 2022. It is headquartered in Washington, D.C. and overseen by the U.S. Agency for Global Media, an, in air quotes, independent agency of the U.S. government funded with congressional approval, which also oversees Radio Free Europe / Radio Liberty. Funds are appropriated annually under the budget of embassies and consulates. It is a part of the State Department, which is de facto a part of the CIA. When you see like Radio Free or Voice of America, know that it's a CIA outlet. I mean, straight up, it's not even like hidden. This is the media branch and the influence peddling operation arm of the State Department, and therefore the CIA. Tucker Carlson father was the United States ambassador to the Seychelles, investigative reporting, banker, mayoral campaign, Voice of America. In the summer of 1986, U.S. President Ronald Reagan announced his intention to nominate Carlson as an associate director of the United States Information Agency to succeed Ernest Eugene Pell. Carlson became director of Voice of America, a U.S. government-funded, state-owned multimedia agency which serves as the United States federal government's official institution for non-military external broadcasting. It broadcasts 24 hours a day in nearly 50 languages to more than 130 million people around the world. That's it. He was also involved in negotiations on behalf of the U.S. government with many foreign governments, including those in China, Korea, the USSR, Germany, Georgia, Zaire, today the Democratic Republic of Congo, Lesotho, South Africa, Somalia, and Israel. In 1990, while serving as the director of Voice of America, Carlson jointly addressed the Israeli Knesset with Steve Forbes. In 1994, Carlson was an international observer at the first democratic elections in South Africa. In 1997, he was deployed by the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe to work as an international observer at the parliamentary elections in Albania. From 1992 to 1997, he was president of Intermedia, the Russian state-owned global research consulting firm, which conducts opinion surveys for government agencies in over 75 foreign countries. He was recently its chairman. Later, Carlson became an advisor of the Institute for the Study of Terrorism and Political Violence. In 2003, he became the vice chairman of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. This is the #1 Israel dick-riding think tank, also a cutout of the CIA. Because remember, the CIA isn't all centralized at this point. The CIA has numerous different arms, many of which are academic institutions and specifically think tanks. The FDD is the number one dick rider of Israel. I mean, they literally, look, it also has been described as a pro-Israel, anti-Iran lobby due to its focus on Iran in opposition to the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran. Even the Wikipedia summary will say that it is a dick rider of Israel. And if the Wikipedia summary is saying that they are often billed as a pro-Israel, anti-Iran lobby, you already know, okay? In 2021, Carlson reported to be on the board of directors of Policy Impact, a lobbying firm. The firm has lobbied the United States on behalf of the Viktor Orban government in Hungary. Anyway, let's get
those
to this.
claims that are counter to that, then they should provide evidence or at least put their names on it so we can question them about that as well. Because otherwise, we're just in the realm of pure speculation. And frankly, I just don't find
I used to work at Voice of America. You're wrong. Okay, chatter.
That useful. I would love more useful information. This is why I'm angry at Pam Bondi. I think there should be all the useful information possible. But the same thing holds true for people who are making claims on the other side. Otherwise, I can claim that he was working for a cadre of space aliens who are blackmailing high-profile Americans in order to protect from a future invasion. And there's just about as much evidence for that as many of the claims that are being made on the other side.
All right, well, let's
Any
talk
claim
about that.
That is made requires evidence. Any claim that's being made requires actual evidence. And at the very least, in the absence of evidence, the credible names of the people that I can either trust or not trust, ranging from, again, the President of the United States and Vice President to the head of the FBI, the AG, and the Deputy Head of the FBI.
Well, I think it's very hard to say those people need to come out and put their names on these claims when they're working for an administration, this one and the one before, that didn't want that to come out. You're asking somebody to countermand the people they work for.
How am I supposed to falsify their claims? Now we're working in the realm of the unfalsifiable.
You're not, but you're...
Oh, wow. Ben Shapiro, once again, shockingly enough, taking a position that seemingly benefits Israel.
Look, Ben, you can't come to me and say, everybody I know says he killed himself. And then I respond saying, I actually have my own sources who say he didn't. And then you say, well, your sources are not valid because they won't put their names on it. Okay,
well,
who are
no,
your
I'm not saying
sources?
they're
Let's go
invalid.
down the list, and then we'll talk about why they might be saying that.
My sources are the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, Dan Bongino, the Deputy Head of the FBI, and Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. And those aren't just my sources. They're everybody's sources because they...
Okay, what would Ben say if Merrick Garland, the FBI head under Biden, Kamala Harris, and Joseph Robinette Biden were all saying that Jeffrey Epstein actually killed himself? Please don't look at this at all. There's nothing to see here. Like, the only reason why Ben can get away with saying this is because he assumes that everyone in the audience is on board with all of these people and thinks that they are infallible. The problem here is the Epstein story is in and of itself infinitely more interesting for these people than all of these individuals that Ben just mentioned. I would go so far as to say even Donald Trump. That's why I was saying that this Epstein situation is like the first time I've seen genuine separation from even Donald Trump himself. If the Israeli media Twitter account tweeted that Epstein didn't kill himself, Ben would die defending that position with no evidence. Yeah. Well, if the Israeli media Twitter account tweeted that Epstein actually killed himself, I would assume that he didn't. If they actually said that Epstein didn't kill himself and he was assassinated, I would assume that he actually committed suicide, to be fair. So the position that Ben holds for the Israeli media account or the official Israeli spokespersons, I hold the exact opposite position.
He publicly came out and said this.
Nobody cares about Epstein. Oh my God. Yeah. Nobody. Stop talking about Epstein.
Okay. Trump hasn't specifically weighed in on that specific aspect of it. We've all seen the limited things that Trump has said and tweeted on this. And J.D. Vance was calling for transparency and suggesting otherwise prior to taking office. He hasn't commented on this so far, so he's not one of your sources.
Ask him. He's the vice president.
You've got Cash, you've got Dan, and you've got Pam, and we've already discussed that memo in full detail. I'm talking about people behind the scenes who, prior to Trump taking office, I'm not going to get too specific, but trust me, I have high-level sources who have said they don't believe any of that. Any of that. Okay. So, and I'm not going to out them for purposes of convincing you, but you're telling me name them. No, I'm not going to. I don't have authorization.
I'm not saying
and then
no.
you say, well, I dismiss all of it because you won't name them.
Hold on, Megan, I'm not saying you should name them. I'm saying they should name themselves because otherwise they are being complicit in one of the greatest cover-ups in the history of the American
That's easy for you to say, Ben. That's very easy for you to say.
Why is that easy for me to say? Why?
Because you'll have your job and you'll have your millions no matter what they do.
Megan, give me a break. If somebody came out today and they were a whistleblower on the greatest scandal in the history of the American Republic, they would make more money tomorrow than in...
If someone actually came out as a whistleblower on the Epstein shit, they'd get killed. Okay? I'm sorry. That is such a... He's right? No, he's not. If someone comes out as a whistleblower against the interests of the American State Department, they go to prison. On this issue... If they were to come out as a whistleblower, they would get Jeffrey Epsteined. Okay? No, it would be suicide. Yeah, they would leak the State Department, they would leak the intelligence secrets on Jeffrey Epstein and then be overcome with such grief about the consequences of their actions that they would instantly kill themselves by shooting themselves in the back of the head with 2 bullets. Okay? Famously, they would go, oh my God, I'm so sad. I can't believe I released this information. I'm so sad. I'm going to kill myself now by shooting myself in the back of the head with 2 bullets. Okay?
Their entire life working for the FBI. That's ridiculous.
Okay, there are reasons not to cross the people who are in charge. And look, this is me not having drawn a conclusion. I don't know what the truth is. I've been reporting in a way. I mean, I see you've taken a side that you've chosen to believe the story that's being offered, and that's fine. A lot of people have. I'm not there yet. I don't actively say that there's a pedophile ring. I don't say any of that. I'm just following the facts, and we're not at the place where I can draw that conclusion.
Well, no, I can draw the conclusion that the evidence that I'm seeing and the people who are speaking about it lead me toward this particular conclusion. And if counter evidence is presented that is not speculative, then I will change my conclusion because that's what I've done on this case. Until this memo came out, I was weighing toward the more extreme version of this theory. And you can look back at my tweets.
Oh, so you're saying until Donald Trump said Jeffrey Epstein didn't, nothing to see here, you were on board with the theories.
That's what I've said about it. And then this came out. And now my perspective has changed. When the facts change and the people who are speaking,
I guess I'm just not that.
Yeah. Also, after it was reported that Trump called Charlie Kirk to ask him to tone down his criticism of the Epstein files, here's what Charlie Kirk had to say.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine. Honestly,
Trump has been making boss calls. Trump has been making boss calls on this to be like, dude, shut the up. Shut the up about Epstein. But here's one man who will not. Here's one man who is unbowed. Alex Jones, does Israel have blackmail on Trump?
My integrity's king. We're 8-9 days into this whole Epstein attempted gaslighting by the DOJ cover up. It endangers the entire Trump administration, attention America and Western civilization, and by extension the entire world. I want Trump to succeed desperately. I support 95% of what Trump's doing. I think he's a great man. From all research, he's not.
Uh-oh. As soon as we started talking about Jeffrey Epstein, we got stuttered. This is all Smokey's fault. Smokey sold us a bad bill, folks. He sold us a bad bill 2 days in a row. We're getting hit by attack helicopters. Once again, I'm going to fix it now. We got to test out the delay. Folks, what is the delay at? Write this number if you see it. Number 4. Top number 4. We're testing out the delay. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got a 4-second. We got a 4-second delay. It's not that bad. I'm still going to hit the ingest fix. You're going to see an F in 1. That's right. AlexJones.com, Infowars.com. We're back. No delay. All right. We're going to test it out. We're going to test out if there's still a delay or not. Everybody, subscribe now. Show me if there's a delay or not. Subscribe for $6 to the Piker Broadcasting Service or for free with a Twitch Prime. Right now, get your primes going in the chat. Get your subscriptions going in the chat. That's the only way that we can find out whether or not we're still getting hit with the Mossad laser beam. All right, I'm seeing some subscriptions coming in. I'm seeing some subscriptions rolling in. That's right. It's the only way. At Tequino, thank you for the 10 gifting. All right, let's get back to AlexJones.com, Infowars.com. All right.
8-9 days into this whole Epstein attempted gaslighting by the DOJ, cover-up exploding, it endangers the entire Trump administration and by extension America and Western civilization and by extension the entire world. I want Trump to succeed desperately. I support 95% of what Trump's doing. I think he's a great man. From all research, he's not connected to Epstein, any illegal activity.
He always says this. He always says, look, I've done my research. Trump is not connected to Epstein in any way. But maybe he's being blackmailed by the Mossad. Who knows?
But all the 180s and all the flip-flopping that we've seen has blown this into a new level of Streisand effect. Now, yesterday, it came out in the corporate press that Ghislaine Maxwell in federal prison for human trafficking, Epstein's accomplice, known Mossad operative, MI6 as well, that she's ready to release the list. And, she's brought her case to the Supreme Court and all the rest of this. Number one, I don't believe anything that comes out of her mouth. She is on record a human trafficker. And you don't take somebody that's in prison and then take what they have to say later. So, yeah, I'm defending Trump right there. But you look at this headline, the deep state is attempting to blackmail Trump. It doesn't mean they've got something, but they have had control, like Trump said, the Democrats, of the file. They took out whatever they wanted and added whatever they wanted into it. So that's true. So a bunch of people are pissed off on me at one side saying, look, you're defending Trump when he said on Truth Social 2 days ago.
Dog, we listened to you yesterday. You quite literally said, oh, I never thought about this angle that the Clintons and the Democrats might have upped the Epstein list. And now he's like, of course they did. Like yesterday, he was like, oh, what a brilliant way to talk about this, Mr. President. I didn't even think about that. And now today's like, obviously, it's an established fact that Obama the demon, polluted the Jeffrey Epstein list, the client list, with every Republican, including Donald Trump.
That they've had the file, just like Russiagate or anything. They falsify stuff, you can't believe it. That's a real issue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Obama, he smells like sulfur. I smelled him, folks.
They could have done that. I don't know they did that. I'm simply wargaming every angle of this. But they look at all the bizarre behavior.
Yeah, he's wargaming every angle. That's why he's glazing Trump, and he's finding a way to just like align with Trump on all of it.
Behavior of them raiding the FBI offices, the FBI raiding itself in March, getting all those documents and videos, them telling us there's 14 terabytes and hundreds of new victims and Epstein raping kids, and now Bondi's like, you know what? You just want to see child porn. You just want us to release child porn. Nobody ever said that. And, Trump at that press conference last Tuesday, you just asked a question about him working for an intelligence agency, Epstein. You're standing on the graves of dead kids. How dare you? I mean, this behavior, you couldn't make people think you were guilty more. Trump's enemies couldn't do something like this. So I'm godsmacked. I am dumbfounded at a certain level. But now that she's come out and done this, and you got Dershowitz saying, oh, you better pardon her and all the rest of this. But Dershowitz like, release the file. I'm not in it. Well, okay. Well, I mean, what is in the file? How does Dershowitz know? I'm not saying Dershowitz is guilty. There's never been any evidence of that. I'm saying, how does he know the Democrats didn't add something to that? I mean, Adam Schiff had to get pardoned because in the J6 fake committee, he created fake emails and fake speeches and fake phone calls of Trump. Remember all that? The fake mafia calls? I mean, when I testified for the J6 committee, I said, you're not a real committee, you're criminals. And I take the fifth, not because I'm hiding something, but because you will claim I committed perjury and you're frauds. And I took the fifth 98 times. At the start and the middle, they kept saying, why don't you answer questions? I said, again, you're criminals, you're criminals, you're criminals, Liz Cheney, all of them. Notice they destroyed all the video of that because it's so embarrassing of me right in front of them to their faces telling them that. Now, you're never going to see that because they destroyed it, which is another crime. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know all the answers, exactly what's going on here. I just call balls and strikes, as I've said. But we've got a major, major issue here. And Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were on record Mossad. So was her dad. You can look all this up. And so with the huge Israel lobby coming in right now, the Trump administration and all the rest of it, the Democrats have been basically defeated politically. Trump finally got rid of a bunch of them in the bureaucracy. But now Israel is sliding in with Netanyahu to try a hostile takeover of America. That's undoubted right now. And that's breaking everywhere. And that's great news. Tucker Carlson and others exposing him. And I've never said Israel runs everything or is the worst thing in the world or, it's one monolithic thing. I'm not even against Israel's existence. But now Israel is trying to get us into a full war with Iran and by extension Russia and China. And Israel is exerting itself. You see all the signs. So now I'm like, yeah, Israel is making a move on America. China's been the main threat. But now Israel is so heavily engaged here that I've got to just say I'm a loyal American. And yeah, Israel's trying to move on America. So, and it's clear. All the evidence points towards Israel, Netanyahu using threats of what's in the file. Not that Trump did something, but he's been in reports the FBI put out. Something is there. And I told you over a week ago, I said, it's Trump, not Bondi, not Patel, not Bongino doing this. It's Trump. And Trump on Truth Social and now in statements has said, yeah, it's me. I want to move on. I want this shut down. So they are trying to blackmail Trump, and he's acting like they've got something.
Superman made everybody woke. Yeah, Trump didn't do anything, but he's being blackmailed. With what? With what? Is Israel blackmailing Trump? With what? What could you possibly even blackmail Trump with? I mean, we know Alex Jones will defend Trump, even if it came out that he was like children. So what could Israel have on Trump if he's blackmailing Trump? Like, the only thing I can think of is like blackmailing him with, footage of him having sex with a child, I think, right? So then maybe he is involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And that kind of undermines the first point that he made. I'm not saying this is the truth, by the way. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply saying that Alex Jones's presentation here doesn't make sense. Like, the logical system that he's trying to develop here, which is that Trump had no involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, but also simultaneously, Mossad might be blackmailing Trump. I'm just wargaming. I'm wargaming out all the scenarios. If Israel is blackmailing Trump, what are they using to blackmail Trump with? Raping a minor. That's the only thing that this could be, which means that maybe he was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. It doesn't make sense. So
I just have to be honest about it. And I'm going to play a clip here in a moment, or I'll post it here in the same post after this live feed, of Benny Johnson knocking out of the park today and saying, you better have press conferences. You better explain how the judicial, legislative, and executive process works out. You better explain how investigations work. You better explain that the files are with the prosecution in New York where Epstein died. You better explain that you recommend cases. You don't run cases. He's absolutely right. What Benny Johnson said is true. And then what Glenn Beck said, he said, listen, we can't lose our soul over this. Yeah, we get Trump's doing a lot of good, but we know this is all there. We know that there was blackmail. We know there were intelligence agencies. We know this video of him from around the corner doesn't show that he didn't kill himself. We know this, so you're insulting our intelligence. And then to imply we want child porn released, as Bonnie and others have done, is just totally outrageous. So that's where I am on this right now. And I'll play the Beck clip, or post a Beck clip here as well, but then you've got Charlie Kirk, who I think is a great guy and so much to get Republican voters on. I love him. He's like, I trust Trump. I trust the administration. I'm not asking any more questions, and I'm not talking about Epstein anymore. Well, that's the message I reported last week. The Carl Seraphin, I got him reports myself from people, but he also had his reports and some public reports of major talk show hosts, influencers getting calls saying your access can be cut off at the White House, Susie Wall stuff, if you don't stop, and the FBI calling people. Well, that's a cover-up. So we don't want to be aiding the Democrats here, but we're not in a cult like Democrats that go along with corruption. So here's Benny Johnson. I'll post it in this, under it. here is Beck, Benny Johnson keeping his soul, Beck keeping his soul. And I'm not saying Charlie Kirk's losing his soul here, but I'm not going to question my friends. I mean, if my wife didn't show up for 2 days and just showed back up at the house, I'd say, where you been? If I had a business partner I'd known for 20 years, a great person, all of a sudden a bunch of money's messing up, I'd say, you know where the money is. I mean, when people start telling you don't ask questions, you got a problem. Remember all the New York Times articles, Washington Post articles? Asking questions is bad. Doing your own research is bad. No, it's good. So I don't want to be focused on this. But everything Trump and them have done the last few months with Bongino and them, like during the headlights on that Fox interview, has triggered all this. And I said, like, if you want it to go away or you don't think you can prosecute people or it's a national security issue, I'm not defending that, but I understand that. Just shut up. Shut up. Instead, Trump, hey, I've done a great job. You know, Truth Social, leave it alone, drop it. They're going to have congressional hearings now. They're coming after you. I've never seen such a self-inflicted wound. So Benny Johnson nails it, Glenn Beck nails it, and Charlie Kirk, you know, I'm just not going to question my friends. And I understand that thought process. I don't know. Trump's doing so much good. We've seen him try to.
Alex Jones trying to desperately defend Trump while simultaneously imply that he probably had sex, like he probably raped children, and therefore under like Mossad supervision is so funny because you're basically saying the worst thing about Donald Trump. You're taking the long road into saying Donald Trump is involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Like you're trying to say he's not involved with Jeffrey Epstein and then literally saying he was absolutely involved with Jeffrey Epstein. This makes no sense. How can you arrive at this position where you're like supposed to be the moral compass, the North Star of leading conservative conspiracy theorists, okay? Well, and you have this approach to the subject matter where you keep saying Jeffrey Epstein is not involved with Donald Trump in any way, except for the fact that the Mossad might have captured Trump on video and has blackmail on him, which is causing this kind of division to take place. What is this? Don Winslow. Dear Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Cash, and Dan Bongino, I want to introduce you to yourselves. MAGA is watching. God is watching you. Hashtag Epstein cover up.
Please do not let that story go. Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book?
FBI.
But who? That is that. I mean, there's.
Oh, that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
What the hell are the House Republicans doing? They have the majority. You can't get the list? Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
This isn't about Epstein or 9/11 or JFK or RFK. It is, but it isn't. It's about a bigger thing. If you're lying about that, you're lying about everything. Who's on the Epstein tapes, folks? Who's on those tapes? Who's in?
Yeah, it turns out we looked at the tapes and we didn't like who was on it. Actually, no one's on the Epstein tapes. They don't exist. Excuse me. You're a freak. You're a freak for even assuming that. You're a freak for wanting to know who was on the Epstein list. Okay, you must want to look at CSAM.
Those black books. Why have they been hiding it?
And this is something Donald Trump has talked about. The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
Everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
Ghislaine Maxwell is going to get out of jail if the Epstein files don't exist. She shouldn't be in jail. She's going to get another trial. No, the answer to that is that Ghislaine was helping sex traffic people just for Jeffrey Epstein alone. That's what they will claim. No, Elon. Are you letting her out? Okay, close it. Let her out and then close the door. Close the door. All right, because I'm streaming. Trump used the wisher well because how do you know she's guilty? This was so crazy. This was such a crazy moment. Remember this interview was such a banger, dude. It's one of my favorite interviews of all time of Donald Trump. The Axios one.
A reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person
first of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
her
that.
friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot.
Her friend is in jail and then commits suicide. Her boyfriend is so sad. Is so sad. Who wouldn't feel sad about that? Bro, wait, hold up. We got to run it back. Dude, listen to
allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a
Well, first
person
of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
her
that.
friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now.
By the way, this was under his watch. He says either killed or committed suicide in jail. Your jail. It was a federal prison. At this point, he was still president, and it had happened not that long before this interview was conducted. It happened under his watch.
In jail. Yeah, I wish you well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that?
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
she's
made
a
it
child alleged child
such
sex
a
trafficker.
big deal. But all it is.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so good. It's so good. Trump, when there's a random like construction worker that has maybe a little bit too much melanin, killed a person. He's a rapist, MS-13 gang member. They're barbaric. They're brutal. Every single person that's Mexican has actually raped every white woman in America. Trump, when it's an international pedophile sex trafficker, possibly a member of the intelligence community, I wish her well. She was such a darling. She's such a great cocktail guest. I love it. I love her. I think she's so beautiful, and so is Jeffrey Epstein. What a guy. What a guy. What a guy. I wish her well. I wish him well. I wish everybody well. We don't know if she's guilty or innocent.
Her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
One of the best interviews ever conducted, straight up, where Jonathan Swan isn't even like trying that hard. What is this? Beitar is not taking the Superman. I'm a man boiling with rage. Yesterday, I went with my son to watch a new Superman movie. Superman, the ultimate superhero, a character created by two Jewish immigrants, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, in the 1930s. A character is supposed to represent hope, justice, and light. The actor playing Superman, Jewish. The studio, owned by Jews. Even the character of Superman himself, symbolically and historically, is considered to have Jewish roots, a refugee sent from crisis and war to save a better world, created to empower the Jews who returned from the Holocaust. And what did the pathetic progressives in Hollywood do? They trampled all over this. Instead of presenting a character who defends the weak and fights for justice, they turned into a disgusting political caricature where Israel, under a different name, is portrayed as a fascist state, a warmonger, and a close ally to the U.S., which sounds a lot like Israel to me, which supplies advanced weaponry to fight poor and miserable farmers, the good Palestinians, with pitchforks and stones. Again, quite similar to the reality that is unfolding. By the way, the Forbes wrote an article on this as well, by the way, and they put me in the headline. Whether Superman, DC's new blockbuster, made a splash at the box office this weekend serves a metaphor for Middle East unrest as animated political figures on the right and left, from Ben Shapiro to Hassan Piker, despite the director denying any direct reference. Yeah. U.S. envoy Tom Barak defended Syria's new ruler al-Sharaa, comparing him to George Washington after Lebanese journalists questioned his rise to power. Oh my God. You already know when a right-wing government considers a Muslim group to be similar to the founding fathers. Let me tell you, folks, when that happens, you already know what's about to take place. Okay, that's exactly what happened with the Mujahideen. Anyway, let's get back to the story at hand here with Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein and the drama
by President Trump.
But in a big reversal, the DOJ and FBI have now announced the end of their investigation, writing that a review found, quote, no incriminating client list and, quote, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed anyone, and confirming that he had died by suicide. As for that so-called client list,
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
for years, many Trump allies, including his now FBI Director Kash Patel, pushed for the release of the government files on the Epstein case, insisting they would implicate prominent Americans in a sinister plot. Here's what MAGA star Dan Bongino, now the Deputy FBI Director, said in 2019.
The questions surrounding this alleged suicide are numerous and are worth entertaining and worth getting to the bottom of quickly.
According to multiple sources, Bongino had a heated argument with Bondi at the White House last week and has told friends he may resign. Last night, Trump said he thinks Bongino is still on the job.
Is Dan Bongino still your Deputy FBI Director? Have you spoken to him?
I think so. I did. I spoke to him today. Very good guy. I've known him a long time. I've done his show many, many times. And he sounded terrific, actually. No, I think he's in good shape.
In his Truth Social post expressing support for Pam Bondi, Trump said that people should not waste time and energy talking about Jeffrey Epstein. But, George, judging from the response to that post, it appears that many of his own supporters are not ready to take that advice.
Yeah, this does not seem to be going away. Okay, John, thanks very much.
Many people, including me.
We already watched this.
You got Bondi, you got Patel, you got Barr. All of these people work for Trump, okay? So if they're covering up for somebody, who do you think they might be covering up for?
So you think they're covering up for President Trump?
People look at all of us. Everybody is looking at little pieces of this and coming up with kind of theories. But people really take the time, because there's a lot of facts, there's a lot of information. People who take the time and really investigate this thoroughly all come to the pretty much conclusion that maybe Trump was behind this.
Wow.
Maybe Jeff was killed to quiet him.
You think President Trump has something to do with Epstein, with your brother being killed?
Someone said sus last name. Dog, that's his brother. Mark Epstein is Jeffrey Epstein's brother, chatter.
I wouldn't write that off, because if you look at all of the evidence we have and all of the facts, not opinions.
Also, he does sound like Norm Finkelstein, but just like Norm Finkelstein on 2x speed.
The facts, it wouldn't be something I would dismiss.
I mean, that's an extraordinary thing to say, but there is zero evidence that Donald Trump had anything to do with your brother's death.
Well, somebody did.
Release the Epstein files. That is the demand coming from the top House Democrat.
Dude, my suspicion is the reason why they can get away with saying shit like this, like the Democrats, I mean, despite the fact that at a certain point they also were in charge of the Epstein files and didn't do shit, is because they know that the Trump administration will never do it. So ironically enough, now they're playing the same role that like Dan Bongino and the Trump and the Republicans did. When Democrats were in charge, they were like, oh, release the Epstein files, knowing full well that like whoever came after would never release them. So now it's like a game of chicken, okay? Democrats are not in charge. They know for a fact that the Trump administration will not release the files. So now they're saying release the Epstein files. Because both parties have people, prominent figures in both parties that are involved with the Epstein files. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says emails with Elon Musk are too intimate and embarrassing to make public. Wait, what? What the hell is this? God damn. They're doing damage control now. Important. I just confirmed that Dan Bongino was in his FBI office at work today and is working on something very important. Dan was in a positive mood. Charlie Kirk, seeing eye emoji. Now, this might be good enough for a lot of the Republicans to get back on this administration is not hiding the truth train. It's not good enough for me, because they already played. They're trying to play damage control now, but the past week has shown that these guys absolutely What is this? And we'll look at the Abbott files in a second. But the past week has shown, why do people think you're a terrorist? Easy question, easy answer. My name is Hassan, and I do not unconditionally support America and Israel, and contextualize oftentimes why there are groups out there that resist militarily against American and Israeli violence. That's it. I could have just stopped there, though. My name is Hassan. Thank you for your answer. Yeah, it's the name and nothing else. You're cooked. I mean, let's be real. If my name was Hank, I wouldn't be getting this ass blasted. There are plenty of white, red-blooded Americans who arrive at similar conclusions, understandably, and talk about it in an academic context or talk about it in the realm of journalism. Jeremy Scahill is a great example of this. Ain't nobody calling him a terrorist. Why is nobody calling Jeremy Scahill of Drop Site a terrorist? Perhaps it's because his name is Jeremy Scahill. You know what I mean? Ryan Grimm, another example. Tucker Carlson, for sake. Michael from Pennsylvania. Also, to be fair, do I feel a crumb of power? Not recognizing that the government that does that to Mahmood Khalil on ridiculous grounds, simply an exercise of the First Amendment, will inevitably do that to you as well.
Now, Vice President J.D. Vance is on his way to Los Angeles, where he's expected to meet with Marines and tour a facility that is key to the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. His visit comes less than 24 hours after a federal appeals court handed the administration a key victory in that effort, ruling that it can keep control of California National Guard troops despite fierce opposition from state leaders. NBC News political and national correspondent Jacob Sobroff joins me now from Los Angeles. So, Jacob, what has the reaction been to the vice president's visit to Los Angeles?
You can imagine, Ryan, that...
This video is wrong.
We are awaiting the release of Mahmood Khalil, the Columbia University grad student and Palestinian activist arrested by ICE more than 3 months ago. A judge today ordered Khalil to be freed on bail. He had been held in a detention facility in Louisiana, away from his wife and away from his newborn son. He's also been the subject of an intense debate over the power of the Trump administration to hold pro-Palestinian demonstrators. Let's go straight to CNN's Gloria Pazmino, who has been following.
No. Site-wide ban. No. I wanted him to tell me why he thought this way, but got clapped. VP Vance just called California Senator Alex Padilla Jose Padilla during his press conference. A classic.
Following Khalil's case since the very beginning, Gloria, what do we know about what happens next here?
Well, Phil, at this hour, one of Khalil's attorneys who is there with him and down in Louisiana is trying to figure out the logistics of his release, which I'm told could happen at some point later this evening. And it's possible that he might be back in New York City this weekend. Now, as you mentioned, he's being held in a very rural part of Louisiana. So it will take some time just for them simply to get back and forth to the airport after he is officially released. But I want to mention, Phil, that the judge in this case just a few hours ago during the bail hearing called it highly, highly unusual to continue to detain a legal permanent of the United States, who his lawyers have argued is not a danger to the community and was unlikely to flee. In fact, today, Judge Michael said that, quote, it is that Khalil, quote, is not a danger to the community, period. Full stop. Now, let's step back a moment, Phil, because Mahmood Khalil was the first in a string of detentions by the...
Yes, I'm working on linking up with Mahmoud when I'm in. This is the most up-to-date information on Mahmoud straight from his legal team. I am looking to do a sit-down with him when I am out in New York. Update. Magistrate Judge in New Jersey says a telephone conference will be held at 3:30 p.m. to address the release terms, including the manner and logistics by which Mahmoud Khalil will surrender his passport and any other travel documents to the government as a precondition of release. The district court has ordered Khalil to be released today. Dr. Noor Abdallah, Mahmoud Khalil's wife, reacts to the court ordering Khalil's release. After more than 3 months, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief and know that Mahmoud is on his way home to me and Dean, who never should have been separated from his father. She adds, we know this ruling does not begin to address the injustices of the Trump administration has brought upon our family and so many others the government is trying to silence for speaking out against Israel's ongoing genocide against the Palestinians. But today we are celebrating Mahmoud coming back to New York to be reunited with our little family and the community that has supported us since the day he was unjustly taken for speaking out for Palestinian freedom. Latest update is that the court orders that Mahmoud Khalil's travel be restricted to New York and Michigan, as well as New Jersey and Louisiana for court appearances and attorney visits only, and Washington, D.C. for lobbying, legislative purposes only. Khalil will not be allowed to travel within the United States beyond these states and cannot travel internationally either. Yeah, because the judge has never been wrong when they said someone isn't a threat to the community. Do you think Mahmoud Khalil is a threat to the community? What is he going to do? Speak out against Israel's genocide more? Because that was the reason why he was detained unjustly. Oh no. What if he says Israel's doing a genocide, which is an overwhelming majority position in most of the planet, a position he should have never been prosecuted over at all. A grave injustice has been committed towards Mahmoud Khalil and his entire family. The idea that he should have ever seen the inside of a prison is spectacularly cruel, and only a dumb that does not even understand how this kind of dangerous precedent could potentially harm them in the long run would ever entertain such a ridiculous act of aggression against someone who is just simply speaking the truth. Capital punishment of that terrorist Mahmoud Khalifak, Lama Fayal, ha ha ha. Jail that evil terrorist supporter, yay, yay. I'll tell you, Hassan, what happens. That evil propagandists get deported, and all the law says we have to fight because he is a danger. I think a lot of, when I see stuff like this, for the record, when I see people say stuff like this, I don't get mad, and I don't think you should either. I mean, when it becomes overwhelming, it like really frustrates me, but when someone reaches a certain point of fervor, it's very obvious that they're doing that because of a severe insecurity. Only incredibly weak people look to an incredible encroachment upon all American civil liberties and says that's good and we want more of that. The only reason why they get this angry is because they are repulsive to those in their immediate vicinity and incredibly angry all the time. Everyone around them resents them, so they think, oh, well, as long as the government is actually doing this kind of awful shit, as long as the government is doing this kind of awful shit to people that I have perceived as my enemies, that I'm too stupid to recognize are simply just my neighbors, do I feel a crumb of power? Not recognizing that the government that does that to Mahmoud Khalil on ridiculous grounds, simply an exercise of the First Amendment, will inevitably do that to you as well. Do you think it's antisocial behavior? I agree. What? I agree with you about Israel and Gaza, but judges are wrong a lot of the time. Do you think the judges are wrong in this case? Otherwise, why did you actually take issue with this release? I take issue with the judges being wrong in even letting him see the inside of a cell for even a fraction of a moment, not with his release. You chose this, I guess, inopportune moment to talk about, injustice taking place within the criminal justice system, I suspect. Or maybe you're too much of a coward to say it with your... Yes, I know. There was a brief F. It was a little bit of a stutter. And there isn't a delay. Calm down. Let's keep going.
The Trump administration's immigration crackdown, which targeted pro-Palestinian protesters on U.S. university campuses. And since that push, which started 3 months ago, many of the students have actually been released, all of them except Khalil. In the meantime, he has missed his graduation, the birth of his son, and he's been kept away from his families and his attorneys. Now, 2 weeks ago, the judge in this case said that he was going to order Khalil's release, but the government appealed that decision, saying that there was an outstanding charge accusing Khalil of lying on his green card application, something that his lawyers have denied. Now, his lawyers renewed their request for the court to issue bail, and that's exactly what happened here today. Khalil will be released. He said that the outstanding matter is a civil matter in immigration court, certainly not a criminal matter, and we are expecting to hear some detail about the conditions for his release, including the surrender of his passport and travel conditions. Here's what his wife, Dr. Noor Abdallah, said upon learning about his release. Quote, "We know this ruling does not begin to address the injustices the Trump administration has brought upon our family and so many others."
Republicans complain about the fantastical Democratic president arresting people for thought crimes. And when their guy actually unironically does that for a foreign state, not even like, he didn't even say anything against America, which still would be unacceptable, while simultaneously going, "Shalom, Mahmoud. This is what you get for speaking out against Israel." And these dumb in unison try to find ways of defending this insane encroachment on civil liberties. One of the most consequential, one of the most important protections that the Constitution affords all of us unconditionally, citizen and non-citizen alike. This is an actual violation of the First Amendment. Not like video game titties or, I don't know, whatever you perceive as a severe injustice, like a black female protagonist in your favorite video game. This is it. It is, like, I would say that online, this kind of sentiment is fairly broad, like broadly represented, overrepresented. I don't think in the real world there is this much support. There's this much support for deporting people. Guys, I'm going to have Maya in a second. I'm going to have her on in a second. Please stop being annoying. I'm in the process of covering a very important news story that I have been monitoring while also simultaneously trying to directly talk to the legal team of Mahmood Khalil for months at this point, so I could go visit him in the Louisiana prison that he was in. And you guys are freaking out. This is an incredibly important news story. God damn. I love Maya. She's about to come on. We're going to talk about animals. We're going to do some fun stuff. But you need to shut the up for a second, okay?
She also said, "Today we are celebrating Mahmoud coming back to New York to be reunited with our little family and the community that has supported us since that day. He was unjustly taken for speaking out for Palestinian freedom." Phil?
Gloria Pazmino, thanks so much. Let's bring in now Donna Lieberman, Executive Director of the New York ACLU, which is helping represent Mahmood Khalil. Donna, appreciate your time. Just to start off, what more do we know right now about when a release might happen at this point?
We know he's been ordered released today, and we know that the release is being processed, but we don't know exactly when that will happen.
Before this decision today, or before the order today by the judge, he had been the only prominent pro-Palestinian demonstrator still in ICE custody, at least that I'm aware of. The State Department had claimed he posed a threat to national security. The use of that claim seems to have fallen apart in almost every case at this point. Is that a fair assessment?
I just popped in. I have no context. I just don't like judges. Oh, God. Guys, stop talking to the moron. Okay.
That's right. The Trump administration was trying to use this antiquated statute that was little used historically to justify detaining and deporting Mahmoud Khalil and others because they were ostensibly a threat to our foreign policy by virtue of lawful political expression. And the judge unequivocally rejected the government's claim and said that holding him on these grounds was unconstitutional. So today's ruling, last week's ruling and today's ruling combined are a vindication of Khalil's rights. They're a vindication of the First Amendment and our democracy, but the case is not over. We still have to get all the charges dismissed, dumped. These are trumped-up charges, literally, figuratively, and we need to make sure that we that the Trump administration gets the message, and they should with today's ruling, that you cannot deport people based on lawful political expression. You cannot retaliate against people for exercising First Amendment rights, whether they're citizens or not.
I wanted to ask you about kind of what happens.
Wait, I'm confused. My favorite political commentator who lives in a mountain of piss and shit told me that non-citizens don't get this kind of protection and that legal permanent residents should be deported for saying things that I personally don't like. I'm so confused. What is your academic pedigree, lady? Is what I would say if I was the dumbest person on the planet, okay? I'm not. I'm the second dumbest person on the planet.
Next, because it was striking, the judge today saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, but based on what he had seen, there's at least something to the underlying claim that has been made in his defense that this was all about.
Yeah, where's Moldman now? Where the fuck is he now? I thought he was certain that this was based.
Just trying to crack down on speech on some level, which was notable, but there is still a case that's not over. He faces charges that he failed to give required information on his green card application, still potentially faces deportation. What's your sense of where that goes?
Well, you know, the team of lawyers is going to fight vigorously to get all the charges dismissed. But this will play out in court in a way that is consistent with our system of justice. Mr. Khalil will be free. He'll be with his community. He'll be with his wife, his new baby, and he will not be subjected to additional irreparable harm as a result of Trump's retaliatory campaign to make him a symbol and to deport him. So the case will go on, and we're hopeful that we will be successful. We're confident because he is right. He has every right to be here. He's a lawful permanent resident. He's got a green card, and he has done nothing wrong to justify the treatment.
We will certainly be watching every step of the way. Donna Lieberman, New York ACLU, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Palestinian activist Mahmood Khalil has just been
ACLU, actual communist lawyer union, probably, right? That's probably, clearly not an institution tasked with defending civil liberties or anything like that. Classic. Of course they would be saying such things, saying such silly things. Would you be down to interview him? Yes, I already talked about it. I'm working on it actively.
ordered released from ICE detention. This decision from a federal judge coming more than 3 months after he was arrested outside his apartment on Columbia University's campus. Khalil expected to be released today. CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig joins us now. Ellie, can you just remind us how we got here and help us understand, why this is happening now?
Sure. So Khalil was arrested back in March under an obscure part of a law called the Immigration and Nationalization Act of 1952. That law says that the Secretary of State can deport a non-citizen if the Secretary of State makes a finding that the person poses a serious threat to American foreign policy. And so invoking that law, Marco Rubio had Mr. Khalil detained. Mr. Khalil then hired attorneys, and he has filed a lawsuit challenging his detention and potential deportation. This is something called a habeas lawsuit. That's in federal court in the District of New Jersey. And as part of that lawsuit, Mr. Khalil has asked to be released while the lawsuit itself played out. And that led to today's ruling by the judge that he is to be released as the lawsuit plays out.
So, Ellie Honig, we understand that he has posted bail or is going to be able to be out on bail here. That doesn't mean that this is all resolved, though.
Exactly. So the
I want to tell AOC.
Oh, here we go. What's up? What's up?
Going to let this continue.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
For
you're on
more than
screen
10
now.
years,
You're
they
on
couldn't
camera.
get it open.
All right,
It was
cool. Hey, buddy.
couldn't get it finished. They couldn't get it built.
Have I ever seen one of these what?
One of these rallies before?
Yes, not in person, but I used to watch all of the Trump rallies back in the day.
I've never one of these like all the way through.
I used to watch all of the rallies all the way through, like so many of them.
God. So if you've watched through all of these, what are some of the things that like you notice about Trump's tendencies in these rallies that don't get talked about very often?
It's always it's always the same. He always brings up the same stuff. Like he has he does like a comedian. He has like a tight hour that he rolls out every single time. We literally have like sometimes we'll have like bingo. Like we'll play bingo and gamble on with fake points on whether or not he's going to say certain things. But it's very predictable. It's always the same stuff. It's always like anti-immigrant screed. I would say that in recent years his anti-immigrant stuff has gotten even more wild. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he'll hit that and talk about like undocumented immigrants or whatever here. Usually he's just very sassy and, I guess very telegenic and very charismatic to that audience specifically whenever he talks about his own personal gripes like hairspray or things of that nature.
As you know, then I renovated Grand Central Terminal. I built the Grand Hyatt Hotel on 42nd Street and Park Avenue. And as part of that, I renovated the beautiful Grand Central Terminal, did a really good job of that. And then I was very much responsible for the construction.
It's ironic when he talks about all these constructions and it's like all of it is like riddled with scandal where he refused to pay contractors on a regular basis.
And it's like what everybody knows this. Like he knew it far before he ran for president. Like, so my dad was an architect. He had this small business in the Bronx. And so he was always we're always at these job sites. And we're with contractors and we're with the unions and the workers and stuff like that, trying to figure out like what housing that can be built in the area and whatnot. And it was known to everybody in the 90s that anyone who worked in real estate or construction or anything like this always knew that like you shouldn't, especially if you were a smaller guy or smaller business, you should not do business with this dude because he just fleeced everybody. He just like was always not paying bills, screwing people over. Every single person knew this and like how corrupt he was as well. He went broke in Atlantic City. This guy has gone broke so many times. And it's just been like this shell game of trying to figure out who can lend him more and more money while he tries to like con someone else out of it. And he's gone what? Like how old is this guy now? Like is he 80 something? He's in his 80s now, like just having lived his whole life without a real job. Yeah.
7 bankruptcies. Bankrupted a casino, which is like, that's actually kind of...
You have to see the lines
impressive.
Inside the
it is impressive.
I agreed to do a debate with crooked Joe Biden on CNN with fake Tapper. And I think they'll be fair. Does anybody think they'll be fair? I might be. No. That's all right. Then they said, we'd like to set up tables so you sit down. I said, I don't want to sit down for a debate. Let's go. At some point, so we're not sitting down. We're going to be standing up for the debate. And here's what you know.
It should be reminded to everyone that he almost killed Joe Biden last time when he had COVID and was like,
yeah, that's right. Is that what he did? He had COVID.
He had COVID
and like didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Shake my hand, Biden. Come on, be a man. I'm coughing into it.
All of them. So Russia going into Ukraine would have never happened. None of this stuff that you see would have happened.
God.
Israel would have never happened, the attack on October 7th, and you wouldn't have had inflation.
Israel,
as soon as I get back into
the Abraham Accords and many of Jared Kushner's and Donald Trump administration's actions, like moving the embassy to Jerusalem.
10,000.
He is just as responsible for October 7 as anyone else. The fact that he is saying like Israel would have never happened, October 7 would have never happened is ridiculous when it directly happened as a direct consequence of him moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing the annexed territory of Golan Heights as Israeli territory, going against international law, and also conducting the Abraham Accords, completely sidestepping the Palestinians from the conversation. That is a major reason.
Very happy. We were the most respected country in the world 4 years ago. We were respected more than our country was ever respected 4 years ago, and now we're being laughed at. We're like a
Do
joke.
you feel like
and that's
the
not
way
going to happen.
this
That's
has
not going to happen.
changed?
We're going to do
Like when you're watching him conduct this now, and the way he used to do his rallies, have they changed much at all, or have they remained pretty consistent?
It's pretty consistent. I mean, the they're laughing at us narrative is pretty funny because
Yeah.
for obvious reasons, like one, America and its like global influence certainly got worse under the Trump administration. But beyond that, he also used to say exactly that about Obama. Like he would say that was like a major talking point for him in his earlier rallies all the way since 2016. He has definitely, I think he's just gotten boring, and he also no longer has the outsider effect that made him, especially against someone like Hillary Clinton, made him seem like an interesting person that people could
like
bet
refreshing.
on. But when he was president for 4 years, people still remember it, all the chaos and all the instability. It becomes a lot harder to maintain that outsider's posture.
Or before me today, we are going to make life in New York affordable again. It's gotten totally out of control. The minute crooked Joe Biden shuffles out the door, I will rapidly rebuild the greatest economy, the history of the world. Look, we had the greatest economy in history. Everybody here, where you have a small business or if you had a job, you were getting more than you ever made. And we had no inflation. We had no 1.4%, considered better than none, because frankly, none in its own way is a bad thing also. We had a
The Economist
perfect number, 1.4%.
This is the only avenue of attack against the Biden administration that is like actually pretty salient, I would say.
Yeah.
Because that is like universally the number one thing both Democrats and Republicans criticize this administration on. Despite the fact that inflation obviously is, I mean, there's many different ways of dealing with it, but we never engage in any sort of we never engage in legislative action to combat inflation. No deflationary mechanisms exist in the minds of American politicians for the most part, and only monetary policy. So
we had great people.
Exactly. I mean, and one of the best actually pursues with antitrust. Like, we need to break them up. Like, we need to break up a lot of these massive corporations and companies and be aggressive in going after them. And the one bright spot in this is Lena Khan at the FTC.
Oh yeah,
she's like DOJ today announced that they're going after Ticketmaster. She's but Lena Khan at the FTC has been
going after Amazon,
going after all of them, going after Amazon. They even went after certain consumer protections, like Rite Aid started rolling out the facial recognition AI in their cameras, and this starts just sending tons of people to jail, and it's like notoriously unreliable, and also there's a lot of algorithmic racial bias in these. But yeah, so they started going after them, and Rite Aid got a judgment against them. The problem is that we need more Democrats when we actually have the gavels in these places to do antitrust policy, and there's just like so much corrupt influences from these large lobbies, especially in tech. I actually think there's like a huge amount of influence in tech, and a lot of Democrats that pay corporate money. I think that's one of the reasons why antitrust doesn't get as much legislative momentum. But we do have people, again, like Lena Khan, that are doing an awesome job.
They're the ones that are affected most by what's happening. Not only the fact that you've lost the use of your schools, your parks, and your hospitals. Joe Biden's inflation.
I love New Yorkers in the Bronx chanting "Build the Wall."
I was just gonna say, chanting "Build the Wall" in the middle of the Bronx. It's insane.
People saying people having anti-immigrant sentiment in New York, one of the most diverse places on the planet, is ridiculous.
And it was going to bid. We're going to add 200 miles of wall. It would have taken about 3 weeks. And then we had the rigged election. And you know what happened after the rigged election? They took the wall, and instead of putting it up, they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. And I said, these people really do want to have an open border. And that's
this is another aspect. I mean, I am a lot more critical of the Biden administration, obviously very publicly. But this is another aspect of like the Trump conversation that is very frustrating, because a lot of people are like, oh yeah, well, you know, build the wall, build the wall. Meanwhile, Biden has pushed through a funding mechanism that will literally complete the border wall while also simultaneously administration doing eminent domain too. In order to continue building the wall, which I think is both bad policy and bad politics in general. But these people don't care because, you know, they are operating on pure resentment. And that is partially the reason why we shouldn't ever capitulate to the right-wing framing on immigration, in my opinion.
Absolutely. This is one of the issues that I think frustrates me the most, because this is where we see some of the most capitulation to the right. And the problem is that this resentment will never be fed. And so very often I'll see like Democrats trying to like play this political game, like this whole thing with HR2 and this border bill that with Republicans and trying to do this whole thing about, oh, like we came up with a tough border bill and Republicans rejected it as though it was some kind of solution. But the problem is that like we've been through so many cycles of this where Trump or Republicans in general or Fox News, they'll do this whole like racial panic thing and incite this whole sense of